Roll call, please.
Representative Henderson.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Sherwood. Representative Stith.
Right behind you.
Representative Stith. Representative Walters. Representatives Juan and Sir Dave.
Here.
Senator Anderson. Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Kinski. Senator Salazar. Co-Chairman Nethercott. Mr. Chairman,
Here.
you have a quorum.
So, Don, just for the folks on who may be online, run us through our agenda again this morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I believe the interest of the committee is to work the budgets, likely starting with Agency 101, Judicial Branch, moving to Agency 205 and 206, which is the School Foundation Program and the Department of Education.
Okay.
Around mid-morning, I think you're looking to mark up both the state capital construction bill as well as the school capital construction bill. That you might end up a little before noon. The next potential items for your consideration are the governor's letters and committee letters, and potentially walk through section 300s and footnotes. At or about 3:30 or later in the day, you have opportunity to take up the ARPA legislation. Your concepts have been put into narrative form, and we intend to hand that out around lunchtime.
And for the committee's updating, I think Representative Larson and Walters met this morning with Beth from and went through the process and what's out there, and kind of to help kind of formulate what's available, what we can and can't do, and come up with some ideas for us. So that I'll be working on that.
Mr. Co-Chair, what you're and the references to which? ARPA.
With regards to the
Okay.
ARPA and the fill in the blanks on the sections that we.
Okay, and then just, if I may, a question for Elizabeth or Don, which is the judicial in here, or are we looking at a different sheet for the judicial?
It's the big one in your front of your drawer typically.
Okay, so we don't have a corresponding sheet like this for the judiciary.
Mr. Chairman, the judiciary is included in that list.
And there's also in the front of the judiciary, you'll see an exception list, which helps. Turn my clock. Okay, Don, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the committee requested last evening a running total of the appropriations made to date. And the committee has expended or appropriated $52.6 million, leaving a balance now in the general fund of negative $15.7 million rather than the positive $37 million. However, there is also now a negative balance in the SIPA fund because it had already been exhausted, and there was an additional $10 million appropriation on that. So in total, general fund SIPA combined, you are running at a negative $25.67 million.
Yeah, to be adjusted soon.
Sure.
Question is which way? Okay.
With that, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the Supreme Court first unit appears on page SC1. SC1. Excuse me. SC9, it is Unit 101, Administrative Office of the Courts. And I would announce at this time that you also have a policy question regarding the continuation of footnote number 4, judge's salary. You can either address that here or when we walk through the footnotes and section 300s.
Okay. SC1. Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the budget as Chief Justice, but then reduce the number of full-time employee requests made in the exception to 2, and reduce the amount of requested funds for those full-time employees to $500,000.
Second.
Moving second. Any discussion?
And Mr. Chairman, with that second, my thought there was, as I reviewed this, I'm comfortable with 2 additional full-time employees. Let them, of these that they want, let them choose which 2 they want to fund with the amount provided.
Any questions on the motion?
Mr. Co-Chair,
Please.
I just want to make sure I'm trying to get caught up. I'm looking at page SC9, which is the administrative office. Then I'm looking at page 22 of the spreadsheet. So this would be starting with SC4 grant writer all the way down to SC7 CIO.
Mr. Chairman, correct, Senator Kinski, I think there were 10 requests.
Okay,
And if you go to SC 4, 5, and 6, you'll see a
And 7.
7 and 8, a detailed description of each one of those positions.
there we go. Gotcha. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
so for clarification, so my understanding is that they've asked for 10 positions. They're suggesting moving one of those, the grant writer, to the 900 series. They've consolidated the request for 2 software positions from 2 to 1. So then the remaining request is for 8 FTE. And then we're suggesting, this amendment would approve 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Co-Chair, with respect to Representative Larson's comment that they can pick the 2,
Correct.
I do have a note that the Chief Justice says the positions are in priority, but if we don't fund them all, they may want to reprioritize. So your note is go ahead and reprioritize, pick 2.
Right. And in my discussions with the Chief Justice, she said, if you only going to fund part of the positions, let us decide which ones to fund.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that's good. Okay. Any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adopt the footnote language for judges in this section and move it forward in this biennium.
Move and seconded. Discussion.
Co-Chair, reminder from Don, the footnote says,
This is the pay raise that we give them that's outside we gave them a pay raise last year. In a way, it was a footnote, that method that they got the pay raise in the budget.
okay,
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, in the judges work a little differently. So their salaries are set by statute or by footnote. The legislature elected to do so by footnote last year with the increase. So the footnote needs to be continuing. Otherwise, that salary increase that was given last year would be withheld in the future.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
so Don, then the way to correct that would be to make the statutory correction. And then we wouldn't have to do a footnote, but until then, we've got to maintain the footnote.
And Mr. Chairman,
And Don, for next JAC session, I mean, it probably going to be judiciary, but someone needs to bring that bill and because it should be in statute. So. We could, if you want to kick out a bill, it would be pretty easy to do.
I think that's the right thing to do.
yeah, I don't like having somebody's pay contingent on footnote from budget to budget.
So I move for a bill draft based on the footnote.
Representative Stiff, did you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that.
So Don, could you please prepare a draft bill? Should be pretty cut and dried. So then the only question is on that draft bill, the pay amount would be what, Don?
Mr. Co-Chair, could you pull the mic just a little bit closer?
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
How much, what would the salary be for with the adjusted with the footnote?
And Mr. Chairman, it's my recollection, if we do it the same as the footnote, I believe it was 7% for the district judges and it was 6% for the circuit court judges. In the footnote, I believe.
So you can just present that to us because then we'll have the option to say if we fully funded them. So go ahead, Don.
Happy to do so. And just for the benefit of the committee, the salaries for the Supreme Court would be $187,250 per annum. For district court judges, $171,200. And for circuit court judges, $153,700. I believe Representative Stith is accurate with the 7% increase relative to the district court and Supreme Court, and it was a 6% increase for the circuit courts.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we should still take care of the motion to include this footnote in case this bill draft does not get introduced. So that way we are addressing it from both angles.
Yeah, with the language that if the bill doesn't pass.
Correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, one more question, if I may. This would be for staff. Would a bill like this be considered an appropriation bill, that it would not require a 2/3 vote because we are appropriating funds for the judge's salary? Your legal opinion from our non-lawyer fiscal staff?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, typically not, because this would be a change of statute and the dollars would be embedded in the budget.
Mr. Co-Chair, I thought committee bills didn't require 2/3.
All bills require 2/3, other than the budget.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we have that motion still.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Okay.
Those opposed, that motion carries. And keeping this in the bid. So back to the budget, Don, after you get your notes done. Don't want to rush you too much. We're back on unit 101, is that right?
As amended?
Any other amendments? As amended, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 23, unit 106, 105, Supreme Court Chamber and Clerk's Office.
10 SC what page?
105, and this is on SC 12.
Well, okay. Any amendments? It's just a standard budget, so. Gov's rec, all those in favor say aye. It's not Gov's rec, it's the judge's rec. The chief's rec. All those opposed? That motion carries. Courts rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. This is spending authority, Gov's or courts rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Courts rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Courts rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Can we entertain a motion on that?
Mr. Chairman?
Second.
Okay, as amended, courts rec. No, as amended, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Back on the
Don, can
Agency?
you turn on your microphone?
as amended. Courts rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 29, unit 401, Law Library.
Courts rec, all those in favor say aye. Go ahead, hold on, we gotta,
And during the discussion of this exception request, there was no decision made, but I wanted to bring to your attention, the committee discussed a possible match. Maybe it was just in passing.
courts rec, all those in favor say aye. Go ahead.
It's just, I'm on page SC 29. Refresh my recollection on 236. It says educate recreational sup. What is that? $75,000.
That's part of their standard budget.
No, this is an exception.
I don't believe so.
Page SC 29.
Oh, I think that's for,
Educate, recreation.
Mr. Chairman, it's priority number 14, can be found on page 28.
right above, the judicial branch requests an ongoing increase to cover increases in costs over the last 10 years for materials in the library and their collections. Subscriptions.
Okay.
Courts rec. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carried.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 34, Unit 501, Common Jury Fund.
Go ahead.
In this section, which I believe has all the circuit courts and their position, if you would, for the committee's reference, if you'd look on SC 32, it notes the exception request for a number of FTEs or clerks of courts that they would, or additional staff they'd like to have in the various judicial districts. Again, when we heard from in the presentation, Chief Justice just requested that if we don't fund them all, that we provide them the opportunity to put them where they feel is most appropriate, and they may change the priority on that. My motion, and it would be reflected as you go through the respective judicial courts where it's brought out, but I would reduce the total number from 9 to 4 positions with an associated cost of $700,000 to fund those positions. That's kind of based on that average number of $169,970 per employee.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I just got lost. What unit are we in?
So I think it's a blanket motion for this division because, and the reason of that being is that we didn't want to pick which courts got them. We wanted to make 4 available. And so the courts could select which ones to choose for those positions. So Don, is this the right place to do it or?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And then and we'll start on Unit 511, all of those going forward would be adjusted accordingly.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead.
it's from 9 to how many?
4.
4. And Dawn and Elizabeth, I'm on page 22 at the bottom. I've got after resources and materials, I have SC 28 Judicial Learning Center maintenance upgrades. The next reference is SC 35 replacement of aging copiers. And so I'm not seeing these 9.
And Mr. Chairman, for Senator Kensky, I believe page 30, SC 32 has the summary table that might be helpful.
Oh, I see. Then subsequently through those pages, they're going through each different district showing the position. Gotcha. Thank you.
Everyone understand the motion? Go ahead, Senator Guerrero.
Just have a question because Elizabeth looked at me. Is this where we cost of living adjustments? Just hang it. Never mind.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and this might be helpful because I have it written in on mine, but on that table on a SC 32, so that judicial district number 1, that's in Laramie County. And so as we go on through this table, as we get to judicial district number 1, you would see an exception request for 4. Judicial district, the request there for 2 would have been in Albany and Carbon. Just judicial district 4 would have been for 1 position in Sheridan Johnson. 6 is Campbell, Crook, and Weston for 1. And 7 is Natrona. If we didn't do them all, the justices just asked that they have the flexibility to put them where they felt was most appropriate.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd really rather add none, but I think, when you go electronic, initially you double the workload until you're 100% electronic. So I get it.
Okay, any more comments on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. So 101 is amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
now as we dawn. My petite fingers sometimes have a hard time with this. So, Mr. Chairman, Don, as we now go through each of these judicial districts where there are exception requests, and some of them will have like equipment and that position that we just funded. So as we do courts rec, could we just assume that it is not including, we don't have to segregate that out?
Mr. Chairman, we can interpret it that way. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're asking that you do.
Yes.
It'll speed things up. Okay, Don, what, next page?
I believe the next unit appears on page SC 36, unit 503, equipment. This has no
Courts rec.
reflection.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 38, unit 504, examination of courts.
Course rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 41. It's unit 511, the first judicial district, and the first impact of a reduction in personnel.
Courts rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 44, unit 521 and 522, the second judicial district.
Courts rec. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Co-Chair, so I want
Okay.
to understand what we're doing. We're talking just about the copiers and so forth right now. The positions are,
Correct.
okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Chairman, so for example, if you go to SC 43, which is the second judicial district, you'll see that they have an exception request for the court positions, which we've already addressed, but then they also have priority 8, which is the interpreters.
Yep, got it.
And that's,
And so,
so it's not just copiers.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Stitt.
and so when you're saying courts rec, you mean courts rec as amended by the
Correct.
global motion, correct?
Essentially. Don?
Okay, you'd move courts rec and I interrupted.
Courts rec as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 47, units 531 through 534, the third judicial district.
Courts rec as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 50, units 541 and 542, the fourth judicial district.
Courts rec as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 53, units 551 through 554, the fifth judicial district.
Courts rec as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 56, units 561 through 563, the sixth judicial district.
Courts rec as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 59, unit 571, seventh judicial district.
Courts rec as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 62, units 581 through 584, eighth judicial district.
Courts rec as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 65, units 591 through 594, ninth judicial district.
Courts rec as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries.
That completes the circuit courts. Now we're moving on to court technology. The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 70, unit 601, court technology, general funds.
Courts rec as a, courts rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 73, unit 610, judicial systems automation, special revenue.
Courts rec. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 70, unit 701, judicial retirement. There is a error in the table here. There are not 14 FTE.
You said 70,
77.
77. That's better. Thank you.
Excuse me. So it's SC 77, unit 701, judicial retirement. And the FTE count is overstated by 2, and it's just an error. It should be 12.
Do we need a motion? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Don, do we need to make a motion to adjust the table? If so, I would make that motion.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carried. Unit
Mr.
0701 is amended. One more?
Mr. Chair, yep, there's one more. There was interest during discussion of possibly moving the budget request here of $75,000 and the existing $50,000 from this unit, which is judicial retirement, to branch-wide resources. I believe that was for judicial respite, and they had just been putting it in here for a couple of years, and they had requested during their testimony to move that. So their motion here would be where that would be if you wanted to.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. 0701 is amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration is, appears on page SC 80, Unit 801, Treatment Port.
That was Rick. Although-
This one also, yes, is missing. This is just a notification, no motion needed, but the table is missing 6 million, or the 600 series in total is missing from this table. You'll see it jumps from 400 series to 900 series.
Right.
The total is correct, so we will incorporate it accurately.
Okay,
All right, this is,
Courts Rec. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page SC 85, Unit 901, Branch-Wide Resources.
Okay, hang on a second.
I'm sorry, repeat that, Senator Kinski. Don, go ahead.
The first thing I would note here is you've added $50,000 from your prior motion into this unit.
Any questions?
Okay.
Please, Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to adopt court recs, but reduce the total exception request from in priority 13 education, conference and travel from 175,720 to by half to 87,860.
Is there a second? Move and seconded. Discussion. As amended.
Just on his motion, are we on his motion or are we on the whole unit?
We're on the motion to amend priority 13.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed,
no,
that motion carried. Let's go back. Don, you had your hand up first.
If you could just restate the amount on priority 13.
So I'll let you. I apologize. I'll let you calculate by 50%.
Okay, back on the motion. Any further discussion?
Yes,
There's a division being called.
yes,
The vote, but you want to discuss first?
yeah. So remind me, who did this pay salary survey?
The courts did
The courts did it.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're on the motion of the priority 13 currently, and then we could move to the.
Yeah, we're on the
I
175,700.
thought we voted on that one. Okay, go ahead.
And the motion is to cut that in half.
Sure.
All those in favor, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That motion passes. Any other amendments? Any other amendments?
Well, discussion, Mr. Co-Chair. So now I'm back to priority 1, employee compensation. This is a big number, 5.4 million. So they did their own survey and tell me again, Don reminded me that when we went through those 2 rounds of raises on the executive, the judiciary was never included in any of that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, they were included in both. However, they have not updated the equivalent of the Hay study or their market analysis to comparable positions. And they went through a similar exercise to that this interim and identified what the market pay was for their positions. Previously, they got the raises, but they didn't have any study to determine what amount each position should be paid. And this updates those pay tables.
And Mr. Chairman,
Go
if I
ahead, Madam
may,
Chair.
I think they did do the Hay study and consulted with A&I on those positions and have followed the state process for that compensation. And it's determined to be right on track.
Yeah, and that was my follow-up, but we asked that question when, during the presentation, if they had consulted with A&I, and A&I sent us a handout here that confirms it, indeed they had.
And Mr. Co-Chair, when we went through this with the state, we had a book showing the MPP that we could kind of reality test a lot of what these positions were being paid. Do we have anything like that for this?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Senator Kinsky, if it's helpful for you, this is handout 205. It's a memo dated January 16th from A&I that talks about the process they went through with the judicial branch. And that part of this memo says that judicial branch employees were paid around 87% on average of market value from the 2022 rates of market value. So we do have that information
Yeah, thank
with
you.
us. Thank you.
I don't believe that it lists out for each position what the MPP is. We had that on the executive branch. So you could look at a highway patrolman, you could look at a
So,
clerk.
Senator Kinsky, I had that exact same question. So after the reports presented in December, I asked A&I to go back and do an analysis by position to correlate their pay request with the descriptions and with our current pay increases. And that was the genesis of the memo that we received. And so based upon A&I's evaluation of it, they followed the Hay and the job descriptions to the T. They actually did a very good job, and they happen to have someone over in their at the Supreme Court that is familiar with the Hay study and had worked on it in a prior life. So
No, Mr. Co-Chair, I get all that. I'm just looking for the table like we had for the state employees where you could flip through
oh yeah, that's
and
well,
it showed for every position what the MPP was.
we have that pay table, but it wouldn't be updated yet, right? So we could ask for that to get updated.
Yeah, I'd just like to kind of reality test it.
Yeah,
You can.
that's a good idea.
You can give a summary memo, but then you look and you go, oh, well, now clerks are getting $80,000 a year. Does that pass your test or not?
So it'd be useful if that pay table had like 2020 or 2021 pay scale and then the current pay scale. So
Correct.
we can actually see what happened.
Yeah, for each position. That'd be great.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead.
I'm okay with the number. I'm okay with that. And I read that 205 and I got it. My question is, didn't the governor put this in his letter about salary adjustments, the 5.4 number? I thought he even specifically referenced it. So I just want to make sure we're not doing it twice or that.
Well, we had that same question because every time we gave pay raises for step one and step two, the courts were included.
Yeah.
But as what it appears is, once again, they were at 87 and those steps weren't incremental so that they were still below the Hay study.
No, I have that. I'm fine with the number. I just want to make sure that we're referencing it here and it's also in the governor's letter. So we're okay with that?
Well, typically the governor's letter doesn't address the judiciary, but
I didn't know. Did it? Maybe I'll go back one. Did the governor's letter address the courts as well?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the governor's letter does set aside additional, what I would call inflationary increases for the judiciary.
Okay.
It is not this amount.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, I'll vote for this with the reservation that I'd like to see that MPP table to kind of reality test it a little bit.
yeah, that'd be good. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? As amended? Don, go ahead.
One more,
Correction?
no, not a correction, but just a nudge if there was any interest in an amendment to modify the judges' salaries further. This is where it would be, meaning beyond the bill that you requested or cost or benefit increases for judges. This would be a place to do that. There will be others.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification, please. I just want to be clear what rate we're bringing the courts up to. Is it the same as the state, the rest of the state, or is it different? Market rate.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
to help address that, I think the answer is for the court employees, they will, with the funding that was just put in place, it will get them to the night, what they estimate to be the at least 90% of the MPPs match other state employees.
Okay, Don, please proceed.
Would be done in block. There are no exception requests. They are all of the district courts. The summary appears on page DC3. You can see all of them have no exception requests. Agency 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, and 145.
So is there a motion? So moved. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries.
Okay, so Mr. Co-Chair, I'm on the spreadsheet. So none of those appeared because there were no exception reports. So now our next is,
The next agency for your consideration is Agency 102, the Board of Law Examiners. The
Mr.
unit appears on page LE3.
okay,
Mr. Chairman, do we need to take a vote on what you just listed off so rapidly?
We did.
The motion to do the block.
Yeah.
And now we
You
need to.
need to adopt.
Yeah, as amended. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, that motion carries. Just in case.
The next agency within the judicial branch is Agency 102. It appears on page LE3. There are no exception requests, Senator Kinski, so it won't appear on the sheet. Board of Law Examiners Administration, Unit 101.
Courts rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this completes the judicial branch.
What about do we cover the chancery courts? And that, did we carry over those? Right. As amended, judicial branch, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next agency for your consideration appears as Agency 205, Education School Finance. And I would note that there is a superintendent's letter number 1. But it might be best to run through this budget and address all letters with the governor's letter. It'll make some changes to what the
Okay.
numbers are here, but
That's what we'll do. Let's take a quick break and tell her what we want to do.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's going to take a 5.
Yes, Agency 205, the first unit appears on page 15, Unit 4101, Foundation Basic. And I would note that this unit includes the ECA. It will be further modified by a superintendent's later, which you'll address this afternoon or tomorrow. However, a motion would be in order to incorporate the footnote associated with the ECA, which you recommended back in October.
So,
It's page 15. We're on Agency 205, School Foundation Program, Unit 4101, Foundation Basic.
please,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Don, with guidance, I would make the motion that we adopt this, the school foundation budget to reflect the superintendent's letter for the modified amount of the ECA.
is there a second?
Second.
As amended, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries. Go ahead, Don.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 17, Unit 4102, SFP Special Education.
Guys, rec, all those in, or Soups rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
Next, the next unit for your consideration appears on page 19, Unit 4103, School District Retirement Reimbursement.
Soups rec, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 22, Unit 4201, Court Ordered Placements.
Soups recs, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed,
Mr. Chairman?
go ahead.
Just a little liberty here that I think is important for us to, my colleagues, to just reflect upon when we do budgets as a whole. We have this, we provide for the Department of Education to take care of court-ordered placements, but we don't provide that in Department of Family Services. They have to take that out of their budget. So just something to consider as we move forward at some time.
A little teeth gnashing. Soups rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chair, I've got my computer up and running. We're on 205 or 206?
205.
205. And which unit?
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 26, Unit 4503, National Board Certification.
Soups rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
Mr. Co-Chair, I just want to clarify for purposes of the number of teachers that have contacted me. The National Board Certification's been cut, put back, cut, put back. It's now fully funded and part of the standard budget, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, it is funded at the $4 million rather than the $2,104,000. They will have insufficient funds this school year. Of course, they don't know the final amount on that, and they will require an internal transfer of funds to fully fund it for this school year. But going forward, it's at $4 million, which is the standard budget amount at full funding for the biennium.
Thank you.
I think we voted on it already, haven't we, Don? Next.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 29, Unit 4504, PTE, Career Technical Education Demonstration Project.
Soups rec, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 31, Unit 4505, Distance Education Grant.
Soups rec, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 34, Unit 4506, Innovative Education Grants.
Soups rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 38, Unit 4601, Student Assessment.
Soups rec, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 43, Unit 4608, Digital and Distance Learning.
Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 48, Unit 4702, WISE Implementation.
Soups rec, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries as amended. Don, anything else?
Um,
Yeah. Sure, we'll take a little time out. So we have a motion. So Don, I think there's a motion coming from someone.
Potential.
Why don't you just make?
It is.
You gonna do it? Okay. Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm new at this one, so but I want to make a motion to, relate it to ADM for schools that have a block grant model. To lower the percentage from, currently it's 80%. Now I'm gonna lower that to 75, and the reason is to enable. Thank you. And the reason is to enable more time for the students to do their classwork, have more time, and effectively make better use of the funding that's available to support our schools.
Okay. Don, you want to just clarify the motion?
First of all, where are we?
Mr. Chairman, I think it would apply to the entire agency 205.
Okay.
As I understand the request, statute currently provides the calculation of ADM at 80% of a student's time, along with a number of other requirements for the calculation of ADM. And I believe the sponsor of this amendment is requesting for the period of the budget to change statute from at 80% to 75%. We'll have to be careful and creative, if at all possible, to not withstand current statute. And I don't know the amount that this would implicate, because you're changing the calculation of how ADM is calculated. I think there's only one district that this impacts, but I don't know the amount of the calculation for how many additional ADM we would be paying.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And so Don, thank you for the explanation. If I could get a little more explanation, because I'm just not familiar with exactly what it means on the, maybe Mr. Wilmarth can help. Does this affect, I guess the basic question is, does this affect how many dollars a school district gets? Or is this just related to how much time the student needs to be in the classroom? Does it affect the dollars? I guess is
Go
my
ahead,
basic
Matt.
question.
Mr. Chairman, if you allow some brevity to kind of give you a little story or history.
Sure.
because I think that. Mr. Chairman, Matt Wilmarth, Legislative Service Office. With some brevity, I'll provide some history on and background on this motion. Back in the 2017 session, the legislature amended statute to require any student enrolled in less than 80% of a full-time equivalent student to be counted as a fractional ADM on the basis of hours or class periods of a school day. So if a student is enrolled in 3 of 4 classes in the school day, they'd be enrolled in 75% of a full-time equivalent student. They would have to be counted on a fractional basis, where they would be a 0.75 ADM for the entire year. If they're enrolled in 80% of a full-time equivalent student, they're counted as 1 ADM. So they get a bonus of 20% of a full-time ADM, even though they're only enrolled in 80% of the full-time equivalent time. Prior to 2017, Department of Education rules specified if a student was enrolled in more than 50%, they were counted as a full-time student. So the legislature modified statute to increase the rigor of a full-time student to 80%.
So, and the purpose of the amendment is for, particularly in Natrona County and Laramie County and those that do the block scheduling, in order to meet that 80% time ADM deadline, they have to have homeroom. And so they're spending 15 or 20 minutes a day, every day, sitting around in a homeroom in order to capture that 80%. So what this does is allows them literally to not have homeroom and add about anywhere between 20 to 30 minutes a day in the classroom, because you can do 75%. And so that the purpose of this is actually to increase classroom time and not have to do homerooms, because you have to, it's mandatory attendance, you have to be in homeroom, that type of thing. And so that's the purpose of this motion.
Mr. Co-Chair, if I wanted to go to homeroom though and find out what happened over the weekend, could I still?
Yeah. I never went to homeroom, but you get penalized.
Well, you've always been a rebel, scofflaw. So all I care about is the financial impact. Is it going to cost my districts? Is it going to rearrange the money amongst the districts? What's the implication financially?
Mr. Chairman, the implication is it will increase funding. Or it may or may not increase funding. So currently school districts are utilizing, I believe, a homeroom course to satisfy the 80% requirement. Whether the students utilize that for homework or catching up on the weekend, that's, not a financial impact. But in terms of will it cost more money? I don't know. It's primarily going to impact your secondary grades. Elementary schools don't operate on a block schedule. But a student who currently enrolls in, 2/3 of the requirement or 75% of the requirement is counted on a fractional basis. If a student currently enrolled at 75% is now counted as a full ADM, it will increase ADM and thus increase funding.
So
I can't isolate what that cost is.
So two different things. One is that, just for a perfect example, is if you're a junior or senior and you want to have a job, so you have to leave school at 2:00. And so you miss your last block grant, boom, automatically you're counted at 75% or under 80 and it's fractionalized. So it really takes away the ability for that flexibility for students to do that, and it impacts the schools when you do it.
Mr. Co-Chair, I get it.
We requested this is the second component of that, what the financial impact would be. And our information was it would be, they don't know exactly, they couldn't calculate, but the belief is it would be de minimis. I mean, not a significant amount of money. And that's we were informed when we.
Did you say not insignificant?
It would be de minimis, not a lot.
Minimus.
But we don't know what the number is. But at least that's what we were told.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead.
Matt, when do you have the data to be able to make that calculation in the model, or do you have to reach out to the districts and find out how many 0.75s they've got running around?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, we can certainly work with the Department of Education to potentially estimate the impact. But I think districts will modify their schedules. And if they do, and they base their calculation on a 0.75 ADM now being counted as a 1, that student was this year enrolled at 80%, the impact is nothing. But if a student today is enrolled at 0.75 and being counted as a 0.75, they will now be counted as a 0.1. I don't know what that impact is. We can certainly work with the Department of Ed to identify it, but it's going to vary by school district.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, Matt, we've got to wait until it's fully implemented to find out.
Mr. Chairman,
I
that's
think that's
correct.
correct.
Mr. Co-Chair, follow up. Matt, recall 2017, I think we were still in that hellhole, the Jonas Center. Does this relate to recall when Senator Peterson and Senator Dockstader were trying to get some adjustment in the day for the release to faith-based classes? Is this the same area that we were talking about then?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsey, this was part of that, I would say, compromise. And at that time, that 80% threshold met the requirements of that compromise. The initial bill draft, I believe, was drafted as 100. If a student was enrolled in 100% of the time, they would have to be calculated as a fractional ADM. So the 80% threshold was the compromise at that time.
And that was for the release to the LDS classes.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay, I recall the debate. All right, thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
That motion carries.
And my eye was conditioned upon getting more information as to what the
You bet.
cost of it's going to be, but I certainly like the idea of kids not having to just spend time in a class because that's the district's got money at stake.
Mr. Chairman?
I think, Madam Co-Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I mean, the vote's been done, so the time to discuss is over, but the vote went pretty quickly. I would just say, I think, it's an interesting topic. I think it's appropriate in the Education Committee. If we're concerned about kids in the classroom, I'm not sure that that really is connected to the budget bill and the appropriations budget. I think there is concern of which we don't have. I understand votes are conditioned upon potential financial impact. But I just would like to caution legislating in the budget bill for getting kids in the classroom, or the fact we don't like homeroom, or how school districts are managing how they calculate ADMs. So the calculation of ADM really is within, I think, the purview of the Education Committee and not here in the budget bill. So I just say that comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, with that, as amended, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries. That's for the agency. Okay, go ahead, Don.
Apologies. The next agency for your consideration is Agency 206, Department of Education. The first unit for your consideration appears on page 21, Unit 1001, State Board of Education. But prior to voting on this, I think there is some interest in a potential amendment on the entire agency.
Page 21, Don?
Page 21, Unit 1001 is the first unit, State Board of Education, but I wanted to pause.
Yeah. So, Mr. Co-Chair,
Please, Senator Kinsey.
we have a current footnote regarding protein in the classroom. I believe it's a $25,000 appropriation that helps districts cover the cost of if local ranchers donate beef and so forth. This helps offset the processing cost. I'd like to continue that footnote. I'd also like, however, to clarify the superintendent's office promulgated a regulation limiting it to those districts that were participating in the federal free and reduced lunch program. And I think that's been resolved, but I'd like the footnote to specify that that cannot be a condition of the $25,000. That's my motion.
Don, go ahead.
Just for history, last biennium was $50,000, $25,000 per year.
That's what I meant.
Okay. And now, Don, do you have the language on the footnote?
Yes, I could read it if you.
No, my question is, does the language consistent with what they added component on the reduced lunch component to?
Yes, I believe Senator Kinsey is adding one additional condition to last year's footnote for the schools that are not participating in the federal program.
Yeah, and Mr. Co-Chair, then I can't remember whether they've ever gotten close to exhausting it, but if they go over it, I'd like them to find the money somewhere else in the budget. This is a program that's underutilized, should be utilized more heavily.
Go ahead.
To clarify, last year's approach was no new money, and they had to find all of it, the 50,000 from any other source. Is this
This is an appropriation. Yeah, I don't want to make
correct?
it, I don't
And
want to,
then find it.
right, if it goes over 50.
Okay, everyone understand the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Any other amendments in 1101? Is that right? Oh, no, 1100. As amended, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, back to 1001. As amended, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. (1101) Finance. Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
Thank you. The next unit is on page 39, unit 1106, School Activity Eligibility Commission.
Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 42, unit 1152, National Center for Education Statistics.
Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 47, unit 1203, Communications.
Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 60, unit 1207, School Safety and Security.
Those rec, all those in favor say aye.
Next
Those
unit for your
opposed?
consideration
Those
appears
opposed.
on page 63, unit 12.
Did we skip a couple?
53.
Yeah.
Unit 1210, After School Alliance.
Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 56, unit 1213, St. Stephen's Indian School.
Those rec, all those in favor say aye. Oh,
Remind me why this got,
So, Mr. Chairman, what this footnote did, you'll recall last year, we removed the funding from the state's portion of the school from the Bureau of Indian Education School at St. Stephen's, because the tribes elected not to, it becomes not a state school anymore, or wasn't anyway. We had requested the Department of Education to continue making a request for the standard budget. That's what this footnote done to include, but St. Stephen's, the Bureau of Indian Education, has failed to return calls or respond in any way to the Department of Education requesting any further funding. So my question, Mr. Chairman, why no action, this requirement for the Department of Education moving forward goes away? Is that correct, Don?
Mr. Chairman, the footnote from last year intended that the agency provide an exception request, not a standard budget request, and they did not do so.
Right. In that was for this year. So that requirement would go away. Tell me, will there be a requirement in the next biennium to have it be a standard budget request, or does that requirement go away altogether?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think zeroing out this prohibits a standard budget in the future. And the reason for that is this program is somewhat different in that the statute requires the Department of Education to provide for funding in this manner. So if there was a data available in the future and an agreement with BIA, I think that would come forward potentially in a standard budget as opposed to an exception budget.
Would it be, Mr. Chairman, I apologize, but would it be required for the Department of Education to make that standard budget request?
I'd have to look at the statute. That I don't know.
And if so, that would require statutory change. I think that is really the direction we're trying to move to.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead.
while he's looking, Representative Larson, sometime you can, offline, you can tell me the whole story, but if it's a standard budget request, does the money go out the door regardless of whether they've responded or won it?
It would go in the Department of Education's budget. And then they're required, there was a process before it could be distributed out to the school.
And that part of that process is responding in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And
so it doesn't matter whether it's a standard or an exception, we still have to reach some kind of rapprochement with this.
That's correct. And last year we just removed that funding because they just failed to participate and we didn't make sense to fund something if they weren't.
And Mr. Co-Chair, so Representative Lars, so the idea is that hope springs eternal, that we might get something going there, and
It's the other way around. If they
I
don't
think,
respond, we
I
want to take
think
the money away.
do away with that requirement.
waive the requirement they have to respond, or waive the requirement.
No,
that
do
it be in
away
the
with the
budget?
requirement on the Department of Education to make the standard budget requests. Just,
Not even exception? Okay.
they could make, you can always do an exception. You can always do an exception. We're just trying to see what the statutory language is, but I would be more inclined to just remove that requirement from the Department of Education.
Okay. And if it looks like it's going to come around, we could always do something in a budget or a supplement.
Okay, Don, I think we're ready to go.
Proceed. The next unit for your consideration appears,
I don't think we really need to. Do we?
the next unit for your consideration appears on page 58, unit 1225, State System of Support.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, the motion carried.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 60, unit 1226, Teacher of the Year.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, the motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 62, unit 1227, State Standards.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, the motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 65, unit 1229, Hathaway Scholarship Program.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 68, Private School Licensing and WCSAB, unit 1230.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. That motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 72, unit 1231, School Improvement and Accountability.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 75, unit 1232, the Dubus Scholarship.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 78, unit 1251, National Assessment and Education Progress.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 82, unit 1252, Assessment and Related Activity.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 85, unit 1252, Assessment and Related Activity. Oh, excuse me. The next unit for your consideration appears on page 85, unit 1253, Gear Up.
Gear up, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 88, unit 1257, 21st Century Community Learning Centers.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 91, unit 1259, Substance Abuse and Mental Health.
Jobs rec, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 94, Unit 1261, Comprehensive Literacy State Development.
Dubs are right. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 98, Unit 1302, Outreach for Deaf and Hearing Impaired.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Please, Senator Kinsky.
I've received a great deal of email on this one. I don't know if anybody else has, but these folks, the superintendent has not asked for any additional positions there, but there's a number of people with children that are deaf, hard of hearing impaired that feel that there should be 2 of these positions added back. And for the
Senator
sake
Kinsky,
of,
when you say added back, is there, were they taken?
well, they were cut some time ago. Don, Elizabeth, can you help me with that? Were they in fact those positions removed?
Matt, do you know that, or does anyone know?
Mr. Chairman, I think if we look back historically, I think this unit had I think it was more than 3, if we go back far enough. And now it is down to 2, so it has experienced some reduction.
And what I'm hearing from the parents is that these coordinators help them, one, they help them navigate the system to find resources for their children. 2, they do training for the districts in terms of education of the deaf and hard of hearing. And there's 2 for the entire state. The superintendent has not asked for more, but the case I hear from the parents is compelling. Has anybody else heard that, or is that just me?
So I think I received about 3 or 4 emails on the same subject.
You know, just for the sake of discussion, I'm going to go ahead and move that we add two of these positions back in.
So I'd make a friendly amendment, and why don't we start with 1 and see if what that does, and if they still need more, we can come back and give another one. Makes more sense than doubling it.
Mr. Chairman, would these be in addition to the 2 full-time positions that are
Yes.
approved already?
Correct.
So 2 more.
Yes.
Okay.
And you know, I'd like to get more information. I'd like to put it in there for now. I could always stand down later.
And
Back into.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
so then is the motion then to double the 100 series? So increase, and so it would increase by $496,008. Is that the motion?
Correct. And I look forward to hearing from the superintendent on that as to the need and so forth. I want to get some fact finding, but I'd like to go ahead and get those in there for now.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I haven't gotten emails, but I have gotten phone calls on this as well. So I think something does need to be done.
Go ahead.
So bring me up to speed on the motion. Senator Kinsky's motion originally was 2. You mentioned 1 was.
He gently laid that out there as possibly a friendly amendment, but I'm just going to stick with the 2.
Okay, that's
I
what
But
I
a few times I didn't do what the co-chair wanted.
Kevin, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In 17 and 18, they had 4.
And how long did they have for?
Probably, I would have to think quite a while, because remember 17 and 18 was our first downturn. And then 2020, but they did get impacted by 2020, but.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the emails I got were supportive of the 2 full-time positions. They wanted to make sure that those 2 got in. So maybe if we make it 3, it's
better
than what they were asking for.
On the motion. Any other discussion? Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just clarifying the motions for 1 extra one.
For 2.
The motions for 2. Thank you.
Discussion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carried. As amended, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carried. Go ahead, Don.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 103, Unit 1303, Vision Outreach Services.
Dubs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 106, Unit 1316, Head Start and Early Intervention.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 110, Unit 1327, Teacher and Leader Quality.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 113, Unit 1329, Montgomery Trust Fund.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 113,
15.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 117, Unit 1333, Wyoming Education Trust Fund.
Dobbs rec.
And there is an error in the table. The $1,374 for investment income should not be included.
Is there a motion? Go ahead.
Motion to correct the table to reflect the correct amount.
All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. As amended, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 121, Unit 1351, Special Education 611.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 123, Unit 1352, State Education SPDG.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 125, Unit 1353, Deaf Blind Grant.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 128, Unit 1354, Special Education 619.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 131, Unit 1355, Title III, English Language Acquisition.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 134, Unit 1357, Title II, Teacher Quality K-12.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 137, Unit 1360, Homeless Education.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 140, Unit 1361, Title 1A, Administration.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 144, Unit 1366, Title I, Neglected and Delinquent, Subpart 1.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 147, Unit 1373, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 151, Unit 1374, CTE, Federal Perkins.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Next unit for your consideration appears on page 157, Unit 1376, USDA School Lunch.
School lunch. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, wow, slow down here.
Really?
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I just want a friendly reminder here on why this is a decrease concerning the conversations around SNAP and school lunch programs. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So what we saw this is spending authority, and we seen the increase on the school lunch programs, what we heard during the COVID pandemic, where that really increased the amount of funds that they were getting for the federal government. They don't need that much spending authority with the reduction.
Okay, please proceed.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 161, Unit 1377, USDA Commodities and Salvage.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 163, Unit 1379, Rural and Low-Income Schools.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
The next unit for your consideration appears on page 166, Unit 1380, Title IV, Part A.
Dobbs rec. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. So finish with the book. As amended, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. So Don, next is Capcom. Is that, what's next? Yep. So
the
let's-
state capital construction bill. You should have a bill draft before you for this one.
Mr. Chairman.
One second. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the committee's reference, there's also a tabloid size as well as an 8x11 size summary sheet on this capital construction that should have been passed out and placed on the top of your desk this morning. They're the same document, just different sizes.
Yay.
Senate version, House version, you might say.
So while we're taking a short stint.
So we don't, this,
Drafting
this is not, we don't have a book on this. Is that correct? We do not have a book on this.
We do have a book. It's at the front of your filing cabinets titled Capital Construction, top drawer.
I got you, but I'm not finding a 227 down here.
227 might be with 27. They might have put those together. They shouldn't, but that might be. Are we gonna take a break, sir?
Coffee break. Coffee break. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is capital construction. We have a bill in front of us, and we also have kind of a cheat sheet. And we're going to kind of, to facilitate as we work through this, and also on the floor, we're going to kind of work them both together just so that everyone can follow both. So first we'll go to the bill. Don, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Catherine Camerati, also Budget Fiscal. I'm here to present 24 LSO 452, otherwise known as the Capital Construction Bill, and I'm happy to proceed as you see fit.
So pull that mic a little closer. There we go. Because you'll be leaning back within 2 seconds. But Catherine, welcome. It'll be fun. All right, go ahead.
Starting on section 1, starting on page 1 of the bill and moving through page 2, this provides the definitions and provisions for the funds in this bill. At the top of page 3, starting on line 5, there's some language there. The amounts are intended to provide a maximum amount for each project. There is a staff comment related to this language used, essentially to clear up some intent there. If the JAC's intent is to provide an absolute maximum, you might change this language as indicated in the comment to the amounts appropriated in this act shall constitute the maximum amount that may be expended on a project from any source, excluding or including contingency funds. If this is not the JAC's intent, one option is to remove this language, and that the purpose for changing the language above is the current interpretation on line 5 allows for B11s to increase project amounts as we have seen during the interim.
So to me, there are 2 issues there. Excuse me. Because on some projects, schools can use their own funds to do enhancements if they have reserves or whatever. So I don't think we want to prevent that.
Chairman?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. And again, we're focusing on state CapCon here. And the reason this becomes an issue is if they use a B11 process, and really where this could occur, a great example would be at a community college level. They would take in a bunch of private donations and they could expand the size and scope of the project through a B11 mechanism. And then without legislative acknowledgement, we would have more square footage to maintain through the major maintenance side of it. And we would have never really had any say on the size and scope of that. So they would essentially have used a B11 potentially to change the size and scope of the project. So I would, when we go to working this, I think the modified language that is proposed is good, but I think we should say excluding any contingencies. So that still allows them to have slight change orders, but it keeps it within the scope of the project. Because the contingency funds would go on top of the maximum price that is listed, but it would not change the overall scope of the project, as I just stated. So when we get to work on it, I will be bringing that.
Mr. Co-Chair.
So this issue is directed only to or primarily to square footage as opposed to any other improvements or anything else?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. We are very careful not to establish a project authorization that you haven't appropriated. And we also want to make sure that the square footage isn't expanded, the original project authorization that you had, but be flexible enough to meet inflationary impacts on the existing project authorization.
And so on occasion, what we've done is that if they expand the square footage, then we earmark it so that the expansion cannot be requested in their major maintenance.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. If they do that, then the major maintenance formula does not add money to that expanded portion.
Chairman.
Does this allow for that contingency still? Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's the whole point of having this language, Mr. Chairman, is they could, through a B11 process, expand that scope, expand that square footage, and we would not have any control over that or the ability to say, this will not be counted in your major maintenance because it will have been done through a different mechanism. So by having this language, it keeps that in place. Again, we'll add it with the note that excluding contingency funds. So that still allows the flexibility needed to keep it within the scope of the project, but to slightly go outside of the overall budget that's approved. So again, if we don't have language like this, the scope can grow without our approval.
Mr. Co-Chair,
Please.
now I'm done shuffling paper everywhere. I just want to make sure we're on page 3, the staff comments. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, you want to go through the entire bill, take public comment, and then do motions, or do you want to
Huh?
do them as we go?
Yeah, okay. Well, let's flag it and let's go.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to, that was page 3, the staff comment. Moving on to page 4 through page 5, section 2 provides the projects for capital construction. And I'm going to walk through those projects and then address the footnotes, if that's all right. And I will try to reference this summary sheet as much as possible.
You need a bigger one.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chair, so we've got the summary sheet. The cross-references here are to the book rather than to the bill, is that correct?
Right.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, that would be correct.
Thank you.
And there are some slight differences between the summary sheet and what is in the bill, but it's, we'll talk
Thank you.
about them.
That's why we kind of want to cross-reference and for us on the floor and as we move forward, if we could know what both of them are. So go ahead. Don?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I will kick off with a corrective item. It's the first row on your summary sheet, which is the State Construction Department Major Maintenance in the amount of $162,174,210.
Okay.
First of all, you will see that the governor has recommended SIPA funds for not only that project, but all capital construction projects in this bill. This bill reflects his recommendations. Based upon our work just yesterday with the State Construction Department, we identified that the calculation for major maintenance was in error, and that amount is 10% off, or roughly $6 million.
Which way?
Unfortunately, it's would cost more. It would be about 160. Go ahead and say it.
$6,097,948.
Say that number again.
$6,097,948.
And that is the number for what?
That is the increase from the original
Give us the
recommendation.
total number that we write into the. Need a little
The new
addition.
total is $60,979,318 for the state-owned facilities, but
Madam Chairman, yes.
So let's go to the 162, 174, 210. Don?
Mr. Chairman, that is on the school major
Right.
maintenance. This is just a comment. State major maintenance appears in the budget bill,
Okay.
not in
I
this
see,
bill,
okay.
but we wanted to advise you of that because it's a material $6 million difference.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to take action on that in round robin in agency 27 to correct that so that we are at the 2% as?
If you choose to. We thought this was an opportune time. We identified the error yesterday afternoon. So we're bringing it to your attention now. You don't need to make a motion at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative.
could you say, and I apologize, my hearing is just not very good. Could you say the total revised number then?
But this is the, yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, the total revised number for the state-owned buildings major maintenance, $60,979,318.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, that's down from,
No, so
Goes
that's
down.
the state, that's state major maintenance. It's not referencing anything on this chart.
it's not majoring one?
It's not, It's not referenced on this cheat sheet. They're just informing us that we need to correct that, and we'll do it on Unit 27 tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, for clarification, on our summary sheet, our first line is showing 162,174,000. It was noted that we have a change of about 6 million. So that 162 needs to change to 168 and change, I believe. Trying to get what that exacted number has been the question here.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead.
on the summary sheet, 27-1, SCD major maintenance.
One sec. Go ahead, Catherine.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walter, Senator Kinsky, sorry. The total number is with the 6 million included on the summary sheet, that would be for the summary sheet, is 168,272,146. I was referencing in the budget book, page 12. There's an all state-owned buildings portion in the third column for the biennium amount at 2% at 54 million. I was referencing the 6 million increase there. But for the total relating to the summary sheet, the total increase would be 168,272,146.
Mr. Co-Chair, I've got that part. Where does the 60 million come in?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, on page 12 of the budget book for the State Construction Department Major Maintenance Priority, there is a table, and at the bottom of the page, the first line says all state-owned buildings. The third column, biennium amount at 2%, references 54.9 million. That increase to 60 million is the 6 million increase. That is what I was referencing.
Go ahead, Don.
And hopefully to assist Senator Kinsky, the larger number, the 168, is comprised of three things: state, community college, and UW. So that's why you have two different numbers there.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, that precise number would be 60,979,318 for the all state-owned buildings increase.
Okay, so Mr. Co-Chair, so now bear with me here. On the summary sheet, you're referencing Agency 27. There's not a page number reference. It's page 12 though.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, no, the page numbers are not included in the summary sheet. If that's something that you would like going forward, I can include that.
It sure be, I hate to have you do anything for me, but it sure be a big help. Thank you.
Okay, everyone got that square. All right, next.
Moving back to the bill on page 5, line 5, the SBC contingency, there is appropriated $10 million of SIPA. And in fact, all but 2 other fund appropriations are SIPA, and I will go through those. But
Go ahead.
Catherine, that's on line 4 on my bill.
Yeah.
line 4,
Thank you.
correct. Moving on to line 5, the military department, the Guernsey entry for 4.8 federal funds. Line 6, the military department, the F.E. Warren Power for 51 million in federal funds. Line 7 and 8, the Department of Agriculture for 5 million in SIPA and a matching 5 million in private revenue. You'll see in my summary sheet that the 5 million in private revenue was not included in the summary sheet, but it is in the governor's recommendation to have matching language there. Line 9, the AG's office for firearms ranges, 21.8 million. the AG's Office for the Emergency Vehicle Operations Complex, about 3 million. Line 11, the AG's Office Interior Remodel, 1.4 million. Lines 12 and 13, the SED Enterprise Level 1 and 2, 1.8 million. Lines
Okay, now,
4.
Mr. Co-Chair. Okay, now I'm trying to find that on the
Go ahead.
on the summary sheet.
Catherine, in the bill, I show that as 1.75.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is correct. Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, the SCD planning is on the summary sheet. It's toward the middle of the page, right under the State Museum. 27-2.
Okay,
Line 14, the Department of Health Veteran Home Remodel, 69 million. Line 15, the DFS Stolt Hall demolition of 37 million. Lines 16 and 17, the DFS Boys School maintenance and storage for 1.6 million. Line 18, the Eastern Wyoming Community College construction tech for 1.6 million. Line 19, the Gillette Community College District, the NZ Center for 33.3 private revenue.
Mr. Co-Chair, that's just an authorization.
Correct.
Okay,
Line 20, the OSLI Halibase Complex for 7.5 million. Line 21, the Department of Corrections Wyoming's Women's Center in Lusk for 1.5 million. So there's a total request of $255.1 million.
so where's the Co-Chair? Where's the 255?
It's in the bill on the bottom. It's just a-
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm over on the summary sheet. Sorry. Okay.
I will move on to the footnotes, if that's all right.
Good.
On page 5, starting on line 24, this is a footnote for the agriculture silver arena. This appropriation is for a feasibility studies, design and construction of the enclosure of the silver arena of the state fairgrounds. And
Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead.
how do you feel about including in this footnote? What we hear from the advocates is that this can become self-funding, self-sustaining. Do we want to require that they bring some kind of data to us, a study to really show that this ultimately can become self-sustaining? Or is that an item of business for somewhere else?
Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Mhm.
Chairman, I think that is a little premature. This project's probably a $20 million plus project, and this would only get them the first 10. When it gets closer to being approved, I think at that time, before final approval, we can start doing that kind of research. This really just allows for a little bit of matching funds to start raising some private side.
All right. Thank you.
Go ahead.
moving on to footnote 2, which starts on page 6, line 6. This outlines the projects for which the studies are for and also specifies that any remaining unobligated funds are authorized for expenditure on any level 1 and 2 master plan studies approved by the SBC.
Okay.
Moving on to footnote number 3, page 6, starting on line 23. This footnote specifies that any federal funds for the Veterans Home facilities will be deposited into the SIPA account to the extent funds of this appropriation have been expended. Any remaining federal funds reduce this appropriation in a 1-to-1 match, and the total expenditure for the level 2 construction shall not exceed $93,850,000.
Go ahead.
Catherine, if I could go back to footnote 2 on the level 1, level 2 studies. If I'm understanding that correctly, and we've got the department here, they can, if I'm wrong, they can, I guess that's what I'm wanting to do. We identify that is to do the level 1, level 2 studies for A&I's combined laboratory and facility renovation, the dairy barn for the Department of Agriculture, A&I's master plan study for state facilities outside Cheyenne, and the Department of Agriculture master plan follow-up. They, depending on how those bids come in, they'll just, that doesn't mean each of these will get done. They'll just go as funds will allow of that 1.75 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that would be correct.
Thank you.
Moving on to footnote number 4, which starts on page 7, line 14.
One second. So I'm curious on the veterans home. If the funds are in SIPA, is that the right place to put them? Because that's being appropriated from different angles. And so how do we ensure the protection of those funds? Or is there another holding account that is more appropriate than SIPA?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, since the governor made the appropriation from SIPA, we're repaying that account because those are the funds that are being used for the state share and upfront federal share. You could deposit the funds to another account. The advantage of using the SIPA is you can match that 1-for-1 in a fairly easy accounting procedure.
So if we don't fund the veterans home, then this goes away.
Correct.
Okay.
And I might also add, these footnotes are not really your language. They're LSO's language to incorporate or effectuate the governor's recommendation.
That is right.
Yep.
Okay, please proceed.
We are on page 7, footnote number 4, line 14. These appropriations are effective immediately. And that would be an effective immediate total of $166,052,411. So basically everything but the NZ, the GCCD NZ Center. Again, on page.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Catherine, if you note, so most of this is effective immediately. Is there some strategy to that? Why that's a good idea?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, the governor is constrained by statute on the use of funds. So one of those statutes is he is not to make recommendations for the LSRA. So he needed to capture leftover general funds from this biennium, transfer them to the SIPA account, and then make them effective immediate. For your purposes, those constraints do not apply. So if you wanted to pick and choose which programs or projects you wanted to make effective immediate, of course, there is a policy argument as to missing a construction season and that sort of thing as well.
Back onto page 7, section 2, subsection 2, and moving through page 8. The next appropriations and authorizations are for projects administered through the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources. They are in a separate section at the request of the agency. I believe they wanted a more direct distribution. Starting on page 8, line 4, outdoor recreation for 6.6 million SR. This authorizes the expenditure of revenue collected per Wyoming statute 36-121. Line 5, the territorial prison 210,000 SR. This authorizes the expenditure of revenue collected at the Wyoming Territorial Prison State Historic Site from their sale of permits, and that is authorized by statute.
Mr. Co-Chair, so
Please, go ahead.
backing up the outdoor rec, that's special revenue, that's fees collected at the state parks.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, I believe that would be correct.
It's a pretty hefty sum, thank you.
Well, it's mostly the gas tax.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
that's on boats.
I thought maybe we'd really hike
Go ahead.
the camping fees.
You'll recall that this committee was directed a couple of years ago to change all of those gasoline taxes for boats and stuff and allow them to put all that into their.
And Mr. Chairman, and follow on to that, this is spending authority only, so if they don't generate that much in revenue, they will not spend the full 6.6. So this just gives them kind of a cap and prevents a need for a B11, because we put $100 in there and then they B11 another 6 million, and it's just not as functional.
Go ahead.
Line 6, water facilities, 300,000 SR authorizes the expenditure of revenue collected from fuel used in motor boats. Line 7, the Quebec 01 facility authorizes the expenditure of revenue collected at the Quebec 01 historic site from the sale of entrance permits. Starting on lines 10 and 12, this section is for transfers. So section 3, as it is written here, the state auditor shall transfer 220,871,203 from the general fund to the SIPA account, and this section is effective immediately.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this is in a governor's letter of 14, if I'm not mistaken, to make this happen. And it's really only needed because of what our good LSO staff described a short time ago about the way the governor needed to capture funds for his budget, but may not be needed once we take our own actions.
So that'll be amended based upon our actions.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
also, we'd like to have these projects coming from one fund rather than have them split. It becomes an accounting issue, a significant accounting issue. So one motivation is just to have it in one place.
We appreciate your desires.
Mr. Chairman, we appreciate the governor's support and understanding value of that account.
All right, go ahead. Ken.
Moving on to page 9, there is a staff comment here at the top of the page. There are sort of 3 inherent policy questions concerning section 3. The first being, does the JAC wish to follow the governor's recommendation to make all appropriations for state capital construction from traditional state sources, SIPA and general fund, effective immediately? The second question, does the JAC wish to make appropriations for state capital construction from SIPA rather than the general fund? And the third, does the JAC wish to make the transfer from general fund to SIPA within the text of this bill? And if so, the amount should be corrected to $220,907,274.
Okay, go ahead.
Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity on that option 3, the 220.9 million is only if we approve every project listed in this bill, and that number would need to be further refined if we add projects or take projects away.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, that would be correct. Moving on, and we're on page 9, lines 19, the Wyoming State Hospital demolition account. This is authorization starting on line 21 for up to 3.4 million or as much thereof as is available to be reappropriated to the Department of Health for purposes of demolition and replacement.
Okay, questions? Go ahead, Senator Drew.
Question is, we had Representative Conrad come in and talk about this, about delaying this. Was that delaying the demo account? Don, can you help me with that? I remember the testimony. I'm just trying to, do we need to do something here based on that if we choose?
Mr. Chairman, this is entirely a policy choice. You did have a representative and several members from the community during your public comment period desiring to delay the demolition and replacement of this metal storage building. So it's a policy choice.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So I would encourage you to move forward with this. I think the issue at hand is they would like to postpone the demolition of the facilities for up to a year to evaluate other opportunities. I would just remind this committee that we've postponed this effort now for 5 years. But in light of that, moving forward with the construction of this building, which is intended to be a warehouse where you can stage those assets that are in those buildings scheduled for demolition, where they can be distributed to outstate agencies, will take a year and does not slow down the process or does not accelerate the process. So I don't see if they're wanting in a year to get a business plan together, this isn't going to impede that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And to follow up on that, the first buildings that go down are the ones that are basically, under any consideration, unsalvageable. I mean, there are a couple buildings there that have mold and haven't been serviced for 30 years.
But Mr. Chairman, however, even with that in mind, that wouldn't take place for 2 years. The first year is getting this building in place. Second year would start actual demolition work on the other buildings. So if they're
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, just sum it up. So I just remember the testimony. I just want to make sure, because I'm sure he'll reach out to us and I want to be able to, give him an answer about what it is we're doing and if we need to do any. So I give him that answer when he calls me, and then if we want to adjust it, this is where we would, but not saying we do, just saying that's where.
Tell them to call Lloyd.
What's that?
Tell them to call Lloyd.
I think that's why he's could have called one of us instead.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, please.
just for clarity on this page 9, section 4 this is a pretty small piece of this whole demolition project, right? We're just demolishing one storage building and replacing it, and that's all it does. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, this isn't demolishing anything. This is purely constructing a new metal building that in the design, as they design, you'll recall last year we had Department of Construction come in an executive session, talk about a demolition plan for that whole facility. And the first component of that was to get this building built where they can start salvaging stuff in preparation for the demolition.
Mr. Chairman, as a result, if we remove the word demolition on line 29, would that change anything?
I don't know. So, Mr. Chairman, I may be in error, but I didn't recall that we were demolishing a building where we were putting this new building, but I could be in error.
Go ahead, Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The language says a storage building. I believe the thought was there's 10 or 11 buildings on the facility. So do we need to distinguish which storage building? Is that important in this, or has it been identified elsewhere?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Zwanser and Representative Stith, the reason for this language, and if you approve or disapprove of this, it may not address your colleague's concern. The reason being is last year you approved $15 million for abatement and demolition. I believe the executive branch determined that abatement and demolition did not include new construction, and the new construction is authorized in this provision here. So this provision does not really prohibit or stop any of the previously authorized work from last year, which is inclusive of demolition. What this provision says is, and it is limited to the singular A building, because that was the request from the executive branch.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
And is that building identified by number, or is it the official storage building?
Mr. Chairman, I think from what I understand, they're building a storage facility so that they can use it for
Yes.
the future work
Yes.
on site for demolition.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this last sentence says for the demolition and replacement of storage building. Isn't it just for the replacement? The demolition is in the other bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I share that. I just think there's some language cleanup here. Again, on page 9, line 29, it says for purposes of demolition and replacement of a storage building. But I believe what is happening is that a storage building is being built new on site as a staging tool for the future demolition.
So we could actually put a period after on line 28, is hereby appropriated, period. Because it's confusing.
Mr. Chairman, if I might provide a little clarification, the request for demolition and replacement comes out of the agency's request. They are requesting to demolish 2 existing storage facilities and replace with a new building. So we're taking the language directly from the request.
That makes more sense, because there are 2 metal buildings that are smaller storage facilities in the property.
I can't remember. Okay.
Okay, please proceed.
Moving on to page 10, top of the page, the Gillette Community College District Property Transfer 1. Starting on line 3, the community college is authorized to acquire or accept the transfer of ownership of 5 facilities totaling 78,653 square feet from the city of Gillette. These facilities are listed out, and to the extent these facilities qualify and are owned by the GCCD, the square footage of the facilities shall be included within the computation of major maintenance budget requests. Moving on to line 15, GCCD Property Transfer 2, Section 6, starting on line 17. The GCCD is authorized to acquire or accept the transfer of ownership of 6 facilities totaling 212,798 square feet. These facilities are listed and will also be subject to the major maintenance process.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Coacher. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead, Representative Walker.
Mr. Chairman, so my question on this section 5 with respect to the Gillette Community College District is that they're using their own funds to build the building. Once it gets built, are they eligible for maintenance money from the state, even if they're not assessing 4 mills, or do they only get major maintenance money from the state after they assess at least 4 mills locally?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, I did have some communication this morning based on yesterday's motion regarding the matching funds, and that does not seem to apply, meaning the accreditation requirement or the mill levy requirement does not appear to apply to your motion yesterday for matching funds. It appears to apply only to state aid, the distribution in the Community College Commission's budget. So the reference to the major maintenance general statutes here are several of these facilities arguably do not qualify for major maintenance anyway. So only if they qualify for major maintenance. For example, I believe Inspiration Hall is a residence hall or a dormitory. Maybe it's not, or Tanner Village. If they do not qualify for major maintenance under the formula, they would not be eligible. However, if they do qualify for major maintenance funds, they would be eligible.
So just to follow up on that, do we know which ones do or don't qualify? And I'm also curious if if all of these buildings are strictly education related, or if they're part of the village or some whatever it is, that really don't have any value other than there happen to be buildings on the grounds of the property that are being transferred. I just want to know what the process is to make that determination.
So, Mr. Chairman, when Gillette College was a portion of the Sheridan College District, and the community raised their own funds, taxed themselves to build classroom space, dormitories, cafeterias, all of the things to create a college campus. But the community did not want Sheridan College District to own those assets. So they had the city of Gillette own those assets. So now that Gillette College is becoming its own district, the city is happy to transfer those assets to the district now that they will be owned by their community, essentially, by the college district within their community. So all of these buildings have been built. They're on their campus. And I think our LSO staff describes it aptly when they say it doesn't matter if it's on this campus or the campus in Powell. A dormitory is not eligible for major maintenance. It would be the same here. Our good state construction department will determine which buildings and how much square footage of certain buildings. If you have a classroom/cafeteria building, a portion of that will be eligible for major maintenance, a portion will not, based on existing rules, and they will determine that. I don't think our LSO staff knows what those exact numbers are. But that's the reason the need at this point to accept these transfers, as this college district is getting up and running and the community is transitioning that ownership from theirs to the actual college district now that they are their own college district.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, anything else? Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 11, this is simply the effective date, July 1st, 2024, and that is the end of the bill. I'll stand for questions.
So is there a reason why all of these are effective immediately?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I think it was described there effective immediate because of a need. This bill was requested based on the governor's recommendation. So we had a starting point for our discussions today. And it was due to the way the governor needed to capture funds so that he could pay for everything. I don't know that there's necessarily an effective immediate for any construction season issues or anything like that. It's completely up to this committee's desire in that regard.
Anything else? Okay. Anything else? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have anything else on the bill.
Good job. Okay, any amendments to the bill? Yeah, let's do public comment to the bill. Any public comment? Going once, going twice. We'll close public comment. Is there a motion on the bill? Moved by Representative Walters, seconded by Senator Giroux. Discussion on the bill. Representative Stiff has a hand up first. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to amend on page 5, line 14 to the Department of Health Veterans Home Remodel to delete that entry.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
Say again.
Mr. Chairman, so the motion is to delete the entry of the expenditure of $69 million for the Veterans Home.
Okay, and discussion. It's the most poorly rated building in the system.
Mr. Chairman, the purpose here is that the legislature had previously appropriated approximately $27 million in the hopes of obtaining Federal Veterans Administration matching funds that we would pay 1/3, the federal government pays 2/3. That application is still pending. If we approve this, we're just going to pay for it all with state funds, and the likelihood of getting federal matching funds seems to go down dramatically. Seems to make sense since that application is still pending, and the eligibility and the priority ranking in the federal system is being appealed by the Department of Health. To me, it makes sense to wait to see what the results of that appeal are before we just write a check for $69 million of extra general funds.
And Mr. Co-Chair, I think we heard from the department that other states facing the same dilemma and they go ahead and build and wait for the check to come. It's not gonna get any cheaper waiting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
maybe, maybe not. I just don't think the federal government's going to be obligated to reimburse once construction's done. I think the federal government is likely to just say, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
my understanding is that the application is approved, but it's the funding of the funding is pending. The timing of the funding is pending.
Well, well, yeah, but we could be in the queue for 12 years or 15 years before we see a penny of it. I think that's the problem.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I think the point of it being approved is critical for acknowledging that we are then eligible for those federal funds once those federal funds are distributed for this project. But as our designation, we project, I think, Department of Construction, it certainly is a swag on when that might happen, but could be 10 or so years out. However, there is an appeal to the Veterans Administration on that designation, but we don't expect that back until April-ish, maybe. And if that changes things, then we're in place to move forward. We might have some inflation adjustments, but it would,
Mr. Chairman.
so we're protecting the ability to continue on.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, I want to get on with this VA remodel. The VA has been very good to us. They've always come through with the money, whatever we've asked for. I don't think there's any problem with that. It's a timing issue, all right, but we need to get this remodeling going so we don't have inflation hitting us like we have on other projects. So I'm against the amendment.
Further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No,
Show of hands. All in favor of the motion, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That motion passes. Okay, back to the bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
for clarity's sake, and then will have a motion here in a moment, but for clarity's sake, we don't need to have any footnote language to keep the existing funding in place and the existing application in place for the veterans home. Nothing, that's all. I believe that those funds carry on until the project is completed, and so we should be all
Is that
set,
correct?
correct?
Don?
Mr. Chairman, yes, by deleting line 14, footnote 3 goes away entirely. Footnote 4 does not because it applies to other lines.
Right. Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead,
now moving back to page 3, Mr. Chairman.
please.
We'll note in the staff comment the maximum amount questions there, so I would move to incorporate the language if the maximum amount appropriated in this act shall constitute the maximum amount that may be expended on a project from any source excluding contingency funds and shall not be construed to be an entitlement or guarantee amount.
Moving seconded. Everyone understand the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that motion carries. Any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Go ahead. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove on page 5, line 7, the Silver Arena, $5 million. That's covering an existing arena. I think we're not quite ready for covering arenas in Wyoming.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd speak against this. This $5 million puts money forward to allow them to start matching in a fundraising fashion. This does not approve the actual covering of an arena or creating an indoor arena on the facility. This is how they can begin a fundraising campaign with some matching dollars. So I think it's a good way to leverage state dollars towards this project. So I would again speak against the removal of that.
Further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I think we also heard from the folks at the state fair that this was part of their master plan, but they need a feasibility study, and this 5 million helps cover part of that.
Well, how much is a feasibility study and how much is leverage for funds? Do you know?
Mr.
ahead.
Co-Chairman, I think it's a bit premature on that piece. I am curious to know, I appreciate the matching dollars of private fundraising. I'm aware the State Fair, I think, has a foundation. I know Commerce County is doing very well. Probably the best in the state by far. And this seems something that would be ripe for a foundation to fundraise for. And so I just don't think that the appropriation of this amount of money right now, in light of the size of our budget, is the right move.
Further discussion? So the alternative is we could, in the budget, we could direct a couple $1 million to a fundraising project, if you don't want to build a building or do that part. But further discussion? All's in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
My motion carries. Further motions?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sal.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion. I don't know where it would be, but I would like to propose a motion of 3.5 million from the general fund for the Fremont County Rec Center for sports activities, which will serve all of Fremont County. The purpose is to provide a matching $1 up to 3.5 to help those organizations seeking to raise the $7 million cost. City of Riverton would receive all funds for management and oversight and hold ownership. But with this motion, I would propose none of the matching general fund could be used until the entire cost of the private funds were raised. And secondly, I would propose that a 24-month time limit should be imposed to raise such funds. I would also mention that the purchase of the land to be used for such a location will be acquired at the end of this month. That's my motion.
Okay,
Chairman?
it's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, would you consider it a friendly amendment to change the funding source from general fund to SIPA so that all our construction comes out of SIPA?
That would be a friendly amendment.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Okay, Dawn, any other motions?
Mr. Chairman,
Please, Representative Sherwood.
on page 9, section 4, I think I just want to finesse the language that hopefully will provide some clarity and lessen the heartburn for the community of Evanston. So I'm looking at the page 70 in the capital construction budget narrative. And so I just want to pull some of that language to be specific. So then on page 9, line 29, for that to read, for the purposes of demolition of 2 storage buildings and replacement of a storage building.
Move and seconded. Has you got the location of where that's inserted, Don? All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Any other amendments? Any other amendments? Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, on page 5, I would like to add $12 million SIPA dollars for the renovation of, excuse me, hairball, of the new Riverton State Office building that we bought. Now that we've got that space purchased, we need to, thank you for the second, Mr. Chairman. We need to then go to the top floor and reorganize that into appropriate office space. And so we had moved those so that you'll recall the intent of that office building was to consolidate state agencies in Riverton. But in order to do that, that building, the top floor was executive suites. We need to reconfigure that to more appropriately figure the agency that's in there right now, which is Department of Family Services. We could move them downstairs, get the top done, then do the downstairs and get the other agencies moved in.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you consider it friendly to add a note with that that says these are contingent on the final purchase of that building?
Please.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we don't presently own that building. And didn't we set aside 2 million last year for this office building in Riverton? Would that include the 2 million with the 12 million to remodel it?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
so the offer has been accepted and for the purchase of the building.
Oh,
And I guess waiting for the how all of that process works. But I think that the language that to the second question, this is outside, this does not include the 2 million that was 2.5 million that was appropriated.
So to
in the
follow up
previous.
on that, do we also, as part of that 12 million, do we want to capture any of the monies 2.5 set aside that is not expended on the purchase?
Sure, that's friendly amendment that to, is there any of the 2.5 left?
Mr. Co-Chairman, can I just ask a couple questions about this Riverton office building that I don't support? Where is the building located that was purchased?
877 North 8th
It's
West.
the old US Energy.
Oh, how surprising. I would have guessed the old US Energy building if that's what the state would be purchasing. And what are we purchasing it for?
Consolidate the state agencies that are in these
How much are we purchasing it for?
2.
2 million.
2 million. And we need to put in 12.5?
That was the recommendation estimate from Department of Construction.
and Mr. Chairman, this for 25 employees in Riverton, or did we attract some more with that questionnaire that asked if they would like to move to Riverton?
We didn't ask anybody to.
Fair question, Mr. Co-Chairman, if I can. Is this for 25 employees? We're putting in a $12.5 million building, $14.5 million building?
No, 14.
No, Mr. Chairman, maybe we could throw that out there for the agency. I can't recall this.
Mr. Co-Chair, just before we go there, I want to add a question for the agency,
Please.
which is there capacity for more employees than just this? And have we completed that task force study in Riverton that was supposed to look at a Riverton office building? Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, Senator Kinski,
A little closer to the mic.
$2.5 million was appropriated to the Riverton State Task Force for study of consolidating a number of offices in Fremont County. I believe this study considers up to 75 employees in the building. The Department of Construction took a look at different scenarios and did provide 3 different options for the levels of renovation to accommodate as many employees as possible. It is the higher investment in the property that essentially makes the building brand new and provides the most office space for the largest number of employees and state agencies.
Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Mr. Co-Chair, and how many employees is there?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's up to 75 employees.
Mr. Co-Chairman, if I can, what I heard was, the analysis was how many employees could be in the building or consolidated. The question is, how many employees are currently being consolidated now, not estimated or potential?
In other words, state employees in the state of, well, part of it is being lease-based, right? Go ahead.
Mr.
Go
Chairman,
ahead, Kathy.
Madam Chairwoman, that would be about 42 employees currently looking to be consolidated into the building.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
question. So I assume one of the benefits of this project is that we avoid lease payments. Any idea about how much we're paying in annual lease payments right now for the space where the current 42 employees are located?
Catherine?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we would have to get those statistics for you, but that would take place when you occupy the building. Whatever we have there would be moved over. And also, if you remember the Thyra Thompson building, we cost allocated it. So if those employees are federal, which DFS, for example, would be, then we would cost allocate that and recover those square foot, and the depreciation cost would also be included in that. But I do not currently know what the lease amounts, but we could find out.
Don may have an answer. Don, go ahead.
I believe the current lease amounts are $236,835.
Mr. Chairman, Don, is that an annual figure?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that is.
And so, Mr. Chairman, just a couple other questions. I'm familiar with that building. It's quite large. What is the square footage of that building? What is the estimated annual maintenance of that building and utility costs, knowing its size? And that would be, of course, after the $12.5 million investment, because it's also quite old. It's at least 40 years old.
Mr. Chairman, it was built, Madam Chairman, it was built in, I want to say 1983 or 86 to the cost of 3.6 million at the time. Each level has 11,000 square feet.
Madam Chairman, I used to have an office in that building.
Everybody did.
So 11,000 per floor, there's 3 floors?
There's 2 floors in the basement.
All right, so we're purchasing a 40-year-old building for $2.5 million. We're investing another $12.5 million. What is the estimated for 45 employees? And what is the estimated annual maintenance cost on 33,000 square feet?
Actually, it would be, the basement is a parking lot, so maintenance would be more, it would be more on the 2 second floors.
I don't know.
I didn't do the analysis on it, so do we know what the estimated annual cost will be for maintenance on that building?
Madam Chairman, it's roughly equal to the lease savings. These are broad categories here, but annual custodial maintenance, snow removal, routine maintenance, major maintenance, utilities. If you include all of those together, you get about the same amount as the foregone lease costs.
Yeah, and that actually, and I think, well, 2 of us were on that committee. And that's my recollection of what was testified to when we asked those questions. Go ahead.
I was on that task force as well, and it's my understanding, I asked the same questions that Madam Chair was also asking. It was my understanding that it would be the attempt of the state to reach that 75 employee capacity. And secondly, it was my understanding that the state would be saving money over a period of time with the purchase of this. And that's one of the factors that attracted me to this was the fact that, and I made it clear on the task force that this was an attempt to save the state money in the first place.
And it was by far the least expensive of all the
Mr. Co-Chairman,
options we reviewed.
I'm sure the acquisition of commercial property in Riverton was a challenge, no doubt. Can someone explain to me how we would save money and what that estimated time frame is? I understand that would be the narrative we would want to push out for the expenditure of this money, but we do the math.
Madam Chair, the math was done and it's in the minutes of the task force.
No,
We should be able to get those.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I believe,
Catherine, you have anything? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, there was a cost break-even analysis matrix that was presented to the task force based on different options or levels of renovation. And the time period dependent on whichever option the task force chose for the break-even year ranged from 33 years to 46 years.
So then we'd have an 86-year-old building. I'm sure that'll work out fine.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
so Don, did I understand it correctly that the annual maintenance costs for this building would be approximately equivalent to the current lease payments that are currently being incurred? And that, if that's true, that sounds like it's a net to zero.
Yes, approximately so, I would, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, is the building in condition now that the state offices with the 40-some employees they have be able to move into the first floor without any renovation? I believe the motion was to renovate the up part, or is there a need to do the renovation immediately?
There's a need to organize the space immediately, to more efficiently use the building, particularly upstairs. So could the agencies that are occupying upstairs be moved down to the first floor? I think the answer to that is yes in the existing, but then that doesn't negate the need to renovate the first floor to accommodate once the top floor is done.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, go ahead.
Further on that line of thinking also, there is a cost to moving. There are several agencies that are not in this building that are around the community of Riverton that will be moved into this building, and having the space organized, fixed up, and ready to go, because not much has been done since the 1980s when it was built. Having that done prior to moving them in saves us in the moving costs of not having to move them into the building and then move them somewhere while we renovate the space and then back into the space they would be occupying. So to be able to have this space ready to go when those agencies move into the building is an efficiency in that standpoint.
Mr. Co-Chairman,
Please, go ahead.
is it possible to get out of the contract?
Nope.
Maybe
Go
we can
ahead.
sell it.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to clarify for Representative Stith on the payback analysis. They looked at the custodial maintenance inflated against the rent inflated. It does not appear that they included the items such as major maintenance and utilities. So that provides some of the differential.
Mr. Co-Chairman,
Go ahead.
I know that I'm beating this horse to death, but I think these are really important questions. I know that insurance costs are going up, and so that has a massive roof on it. Does that annual maintenance cost include estimated insurance on the property?
Madam Chairman, and I'm not sure that I completely, and I apologize, but it has a new roof.
Well, just the estimated coverage, annual coverage for insurance costs. I know that's going up for state government as well as
I don't know.
private individuals, right? Insurance is going up. I'm just curious as to what that will be in light of the size of that building.
Okay, I think we beat this building to death.
Suzanne.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, there were a couple of questions that were asked that I didn't manage to answer.
Okay.
One is of the $2.5 million appropriation so far, only I'd say $50,000 or less has been spent on appraisals and moving forward with due diligence before the purchase is final. What the appropriation did not allow for acquisition of property. So acquisition will not come from that 2.5 million. That will come from SBC contingency. Another part that was estimated is if you would construct a new building of the same size today, it would cost 21 million. I think.
So to follow up on that, then was the working group appropriated 2.5 or is that just?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
And so the question then that we need to address is of the remaining funds, to have that transferred to the remodel of the building instead of a reverting, whatever those funds are.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
So is there a motion for that?
Mr. Chairman, and the way I took your friendly motion was of the 12, that would include any leftover of the 2.5.
Okay, on that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Most opposed? That motion carries. Now back on the 12 million itself. division being called on the amendment for the leftover funds to go into whatever dollars are appropriate for remodel.
I thought that was part of this overall amendment.
It's just, I didn't believe that motion passed, so just a raise of hand.
I'm sorry,
But
you
Mr.
said a motion to move the unexpended funds where?
To the, any funds we approve for the remodel.
To move
Mr.
the-
Chairman, I think my amendment is to allocate $12 million for the renovation of the space of the Riverton office building. Of that $12 million to utilize up to a maximum of $12, utilizing any leftover funds of the 2.5,
To do,
the renovation.
Which is approximately 400,000. Is that right? No, yeah. I think 400,000.
Mr.
No, yeah.
of the 12,
That's-
of the 12 million for the remodel, unused funds to be used for renovation? I'm still not following the motion.
So the, the committee, the working group was appropriated $2.5 million to acquire a property in Riverton. Of that, only 50,000 has been spent. The money, the purchase contract for the building, which has been an offer and acceptance made, those dollars are coming from the state contingency fund. So we still have roughly almost $2.5 million that was appropriated to the working group. So we're taking that 2.5 million or 2.4 and making it part of the 12.
I see, Mr. Chair. How do you know they don't want to build another building?
And Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
what I understood before was the 2.5 million did not authorize the acquisition costs, but the acquisition is in process right now. So does your motion include the authorization to use the money to buy the building?
I suggest you do that because right now, Mr. Co-Chairman, I know that I'm opening up a very deep can of worms here, but Representative Stith is hitting the concern that I have. What legislative authority was given to put an offer in on that building in order for it to be accepted and enter us into a binding contract? What legislative authority was provided other than a task force of some legislators?
Madam Chairman, I believe the funding for the task force to review it, and then it was forwarded on to the State Building Commission, who has the authority to make these kind of decisions.
I'm deeply concerned about legislative authority to acquire that building with state funds. There was never a specific authorization for that to occur.
So Don, you want to tackle that?
Madam Chairman, I think the State Building Commission has quite a bit of authority in their contingency and has made similar purchases just around this facility. The St. Mary's facility was purchased in the same construct. The Schrader home was purchased in the same construct, and the Safeway building was purchased in the same construct. So I believe they're using their contingency funds to exercise their State Building Commission authority. You're exactly right. They're not the legislative.
Yeah, basically our authority is that we fund the contingency fund. And in the past, we have given them that authority to expend those funds on an as-needs basis. So,
Mr. Chairman.
go ahead.
So Don, the current state of the law is that the State Construction Department has the authority using this contingency funds to just invest in real estate. They can-
State Building Commission.
The State Building Commission has the authority to just buy real estate if they've got money in the contingency funds.
And just to
Thank you.
follow
I
up.
did not
on
know that.
On the follow up on that, on various, I mean, we have done that for different reasons. One of the primary ones is when something comes up for sale that is sale around the Capitol complex, they can go in and, to preserve the space around this and other buildings around the state, including in Cheyenne, we can take advantage of the market and move quickly. And it doesn't become broadcast that the state is doing it. And so it's been a function we've been doing for a long time. Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on that. So Don, they still have the authority to purchase something that they know we cannot move into, in theory, that's going to require an extra $12 million before we can move in. So do they have an upper limit? Should they not have purchased that? I don't know, with the contingency fund, knowing that it's going to cost, more like $15 million as compared to just $2 million, and then hoping that the legislature comes through and legislates the other $12 million.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Zwanitzer, not second guessing any of the policy decisions of that board. A couple of limitations. Number one, they're limited by the amount of money they have in their contingency fund. Number two, I believe the request for $12 million was one of a series of 3 proposals that the State Construction Department prepared. That is the highest one. So there are other alternatives for bringing it up to minimum ADA standards, life and safe and health situations, those sort of things, which are at a cost of substantially less.
And Mr. Chairman?
Please.
I apologize, I didn't read the task force, but could you give us the bare minimum contingency?
Catherine has her hand up. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, the bare minimum for the first option for renovation is 5.7 million. And I have an exact number if you do want that. There was a middle option number 2 for renovation. It was 8.9 million. And then the third option would be for 12.5 million.
Okay, further discussion. So by the way, this whole initiative was started by the legislature. Absolutely it was. It was a request of the good Senator Bebout, and it was pushed through basically on behalf of the legislature. And so it landed in the lap of SLIB, but it was a directive of the legislature to go find an office or build an office building in Riverton, Wyoming.
Mr. Co-Chairman, we were all there
Yeah.
for it. Senator Bebout, interestingly, was not, yet still moved through. And it was very contentious. And it obviously remains so. It wasn't a decision made by the needs of the state or reorganization as determined by how to best serve the state of Wyoming and its constituents as a whole. It was at the request of an individual former legislator from that community, and thus the concerns are presented. And it was contentious then, and it remains contentious now.
Okay. So we have a motion. Any other discussion on the motion? Motion is to add $12 million with the, using the remaining dollars of the 2.5 million as part of that $12 million. The renovation of the Riverton office building. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That motion fails. Let's have a show of hands on that. All those in favor, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That motion fails.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'd make a motion.
Please go ahead.
That's that we appropriate $8 million and include the remaining amounts of the $2.5 billion into the capital construction account SIPA, using SIPA dollars for the renovation of the office building, following on the brief conversation we've had thus far.
Second.
Moving second, discussion. Representative Swanson.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, would that meet the requirement for option number 2?
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That motion passes. Okay, division being called. All those in favor of the motion, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. None passes. Any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Vote no. Show of hands, please. 3. Thank you. Any other amendments?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may,
Go ahead.
moving to find the right page here, moving to page 8, section 3. With our action today, I believe our SIPA should be above, and our spending yesterday, I believe our SIPA account should be sufficient to fund all of these projects. So my motion is to remove section 3.
Moving second, any discussion? Don?
Mr. Chairman, it will not be sufficient to cover them all. You have cut approximately $74 million, the 69 million and the 5 million. You've added some as well, but we're still far short of the $220 million. In addition, if you wish to remain effective immediate, there's no money available in SIPA for effective immediate, so it needs a general fund transfer for that purpose. We can calculate the amount sufficient to cover all appropriations in this bill, if that's the direction, from the general fund to the SIPA account.
And we probably need that number, not immediately, because there's probably other issues with SIPA. So we'll need that number at the end of our budget work.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would withdraw my motion, but I would make a new motion to eliminate the effective immediate language.
Is there a second to that? Second. Moved and seconded. Just all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Okay, Don?
Mr. Chairman, there were 2 or 3 requests for amendment, and unlike the other bills, you'll see the language on this because these are conceptual amendments. At least wanted to bring it up to your attention. Section 6, I think there's some interest there. Staff were frankly confused. You'll see section 5, all of those facilities in the Gillette Community College District are coming from the city. There was some confusion, frankly, on my behalf, in section 6, whether some of those facilities were not owned by the county or the foundation there. It appears that all of the facilities are indeed owned by Northern Wyoming Community College or Sheridan College. So to be consistent, if you wanted to say from Northern Wyoming Community College District to align with the city of Cheyenne or city of Gillette in section 5, we could add that as a clarifying.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to add that clarifying language in section 6, where the buildings are coming from.
So moved. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Anything else, Don?
Mr. Chairman, there were 2 other items. I'll be as generic as possible based on some interest. Well, actually, one of them I think is more on point. During the committee's discussion with the agencies that presented, given the size and breadth of the capital construction request for the law enforcement academy, there was some discussion as to whether or not there should be a task force created to oversee some of those activities.
Make a motion on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a motion on the task force. Thank you for the reminder, though, on the law enforcement academy facilities. I would make a motion for a footnote that those expenditures are not allowed until there is further legislative action.
And the second discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the thought here is create a de facto savings account, pause for about a year on these projects. If you total them, it's in the neighborhood of $30 million at the Law Enforcement Academy. This is a facility that has some soil issues. It's a facility that has some space constraints. And I think it would be prudent of this committee or another legislative committee in the interim to look into the logistics of moving that somewhere else within the same community, but somewhere else around the community of Douglas to allow for greater space utilization. Currently, one of the projects here is a vehicle driving complex. They have to move the vehicle driving complex because they're putting in a shooting range that will be shooting over the top of the existing driving range. They're trying to purchase land in the neighborhood so that they can move the driving range somewhere else. The issue with the land they've tried to purchase is they looked at one parcel. The owner would not come off of the asking price, which was well above the appraised price, so the state is not allowed to, or struggles to buy it. They have other parcels they're looking at. Unfortunately, some of those are owned by the same owner as the first parcel. So all this does is allow us to set this funding aside, but still legislatures can come back, be involved in the process, but give us a chance to see if we can find a better, more suited location. It may cost more to move it, but it might be a better long-term investment. And if it isn't, we can pull the trigger next year on what I would call previously appropriated funds. So that's the
and
thought.
just to follow up on that committee, the testimony, when these were being presented to the SBC is that to build a brand new building will cost roughly $60 million. And we're putting $30 million in of patchwork on the old buildings that are there and the grounds that are there. And so it would make sense. And frankly, this is one of the jobs of this committee. So this committee will, our proposal is that during the interim, this committee will have a meeting in Douglas, and we'll arrange to go have a tour of the facilities and for other potential properties in the area to determine if in fact it makes sense that we build a new building, new grounds, new location on some properties, albeit state ground or adjacent nearby properties. And just do our investigation or do our homework before we throw $30 million at this project. And so I mean, just in terms of making prudent decisions on how we spend our money on construction and the current lifespan of that building, just do our own homework. So that's the purpose of this motion, is to delay these projects for 1 year while we do that in the interim, and basically next summer.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, there's one more, only to give your colleagues the maximum opportunity here. You did receive a letter from the TRW committee. If you act on this action, we didn't want to preclude their voice be heard, and they were in support of updating and expanding the Wyoming State Museum. That request does not appear on your in your text of the bill because the governor did not recommend it.
So in that regard, committee, there will be a proposal in our budget that we set aside certain funds to begin a sinking fund for a state museum. But that you'll see that as we proceed.
Where will we see that?
In the budget.
And Mr. Co-Chair, wasn't there already funding somewhere for a study? Is that incorrect?
The study was already completed. Anyway, back to Capcom. Any other amendments? Any other changes? So do we need to, on the bill itself, do we need to take a roll call, I believe? As amended? All right, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Any other amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No other amendments, just a question for staff to make sure we have cleaned up some of the differences between that the governor put in place because of his restrictions due to how he can budget, and make sure that we have taken care of those, technical in nature, not substantive.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I think you have the largest one here was you eliminated the effective immediate throughout.
Okay. Roll call, please.
The motion is on 24 LSO 0452, working draft 0.3 as amended. Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Larson. Representative Sherwood. Representative Stiff.
Aye.
Representative Walters. Representatives Juan and Sir Dave.
Aye.
Senator Anderson. Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Kinsky.
Aye.
Senator Salazar.
Aye.
Madam Co-Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the motion is agreed to. If you have
Okay.
a House or a Senate file or a later determination.
House is fine. Okay, let's take a short break. And what's next, Ron?
Mr. Chairman, the next item on your agenda is K-12 capital construction. There are three ways you could approach this. Number one, you could work through the book. That's the governor's recommendation. Alternative number two, you have the select committee draft bill, which has a couple variations. We're happy to point out one of them is $1, for instance, between the governor's recs and the schools. Alternatively, I think a member has a substitute that has a little bit of the language requested by the state construction department on their Mercer or most effective cost remedy study. So you have those three options. They have 95% of the same language.
So what's the easiest for you and for us to understand?
Well, the policy choice to begin with, and has the member circulated? Okay, sorry, I didn't know if I could visit about that. Representative Walters has a proposal that has all of the same appropriations, but does not specify specific dollars per district. So he has 5 design projects consolidated into one. If that's the policy choice for the committee, if there is a desire to proceed with that consolidated approach, it would be easiest to work through Representative Walters' proposal. If you want specified dollars amounts, I think it would be easiest to work through the select committee bill.
Yeah, I think we'll go to Tom's draft, but obviously we'll break them down. The question is then, would it be of value in terms of individual projects within that? If if you take the underlying concept, talking about specific projects and the dollar amounts, we could do that in executive session and just come up with a final number.
Mr. Chairman, the process on individual dollar amounts is not matured, I would say. They're all public and out there now. They're in both the request and the select committee bill. It might be an opportunity for future improvements, but all of the individual dollar amounts are.
Yeah, we'll work off of Representative Walters' bill that you have in front of you. Sorry, we'll be back in.
Mr. Co-Chair, I just want to make sure that I'm prepared when we come back. I've got the bill. No?
Which one?
So we're going to ignore the bill and go to section 313.
Right. Okay. Stand in recess for 10 minutes. Bryce, you wanted to fight?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Don, we are now on school CapCom.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'll hand this over to Hank Hoversland, who will walk you through the bill or the draft section 313. I should say at the outset that the adopted language here can either be a standalone bill in the state capital construction bill or a standalone or within a section 300 of the budget bill. It is structured as a section 300, and the first A through H relate to primarily boilerplate language, and the substance of the budget request in agency 27 appears in subsection J. One more introductory point, and I'll hand it over to Hank. That is, you have already approved the school facilities operations, engineering and technical, and K-12 major maintenance, as that appears in the table in the budget under agency 27. So these are the remaining projects. And for that explanation, I will turn it over to Mr. Hoversland.
Hank, fire away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hank Hoversland, LSO. I'll be presenting section 313, which you should have in front of you. Starting on page 1, as Mr. Richards noted, subsections A through H are boilerplate language. Subsection A just says that these appropriations are for K through 12 school building and facility needs as identified. Subsection B gives you some definition language on priorities, what a priority is, and if it's identified by governor, it means it was added by the governor in the budget book. If the legislature, if you choose to add projects that would come, we would have to add to this subsection B and denote that legislature means, or ledge is a priority of the legislature, just to note that that would be some cleanup language that'd be needed if anything is added. Subsection C says that amounts appropriated under paragraph J 1, 2, 9, and 10, which that is for charter school leases, modular leases, planning, and then the acquisition of a building in the Natrona County School District number 1. Those all are only for the biennium. So those would, the amounts appropriated under those paragraphs would revert to the school foundation program account on June 30th, 2026. Recall last session, there was a bill that, and I think you've talked about this multiple times, but I think it's worth mentioning again, that the school capital construction account was eliminated effective July 1st, 2024. And so all appropriations in this bill come out of the school foundation program account, just for your edification. Subsection D says that the amounts appropriated for design, construction, and component level major maintenance projects and demolition all do not revert until the project completion. So that's a determination made by the State Construction Department and School Facilities Division. Subsection E is language that allows the School Facilities Commission through the State Construction Department to submit a supplemental budget next year for any emergency needs. This is already contained in statute, but just another kind of layer to say that a supplemental budget may be presented by the State Construction Department. Subsection F requires the department and the commission to put together a schedule for anticipated expenditure of the funds appropriated in this bill. And subsection G shows that these amounts are maximum and they're not an entitlement or guaranteed amount. I would note that lines 11 through 14 on page 3 of the bill within subsection G were added. This was a request of the department at their hearing in December. While this language does not exactly mirror the request of the department, it gets to the heart of what they asked for. And the reason for this, which it states that the most cost-effective school buildings and facilities shall guide the expenditures by the commission and the department. The reason for this is that, and I think the department has attested to this before, that they were kind of off a year in the way that they've been planning. So they had been working off of a facility condition assessment that was completed in 2016. And the most recent one wasn't completed until April of last year. And so the tight timeline didn't allow them to get most cost-effective remedy studies done in time to submit this budget. So this just kind of adds another layer on top of statute to say that the expenditure of these funds that were appropriated in this bill shall be the most cost-effective remedy for any school building or facility need. So that was added on lines 11 through 14 on page 3.
Go ahead.
Chairman, just a clarification that I'm interested in knowing where and how we reflect an account for things that come up that are unknown at the initiation of the process, things like security related matters. Where is that and how's that covered?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, I would say there's two places. So school districts receive their major maintenance funding, and I believe there was 2 biennia where school districts were allowed, and I don't know the exact off the top of my head, so I apologize, but school districts were allowed to use 10% of their major maintenance funds for safety and security needs. So that's number one. Number two, on unanticipated, there is a pot of money at the end that is 6%, and I'll get to that at the end, but it's on 6% of the needs for unanticipated funding.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so Hank, I don't want to waste too much time on the boilerplate provisions, but I do have 2 questions. One relates to back on page 1, subsection B, line 6 through 12, where it talks about priorities. And if it's got a number associated with it, then that means that it was prioritized by the School Facilities Commission. But if it says governor, it means that it was not recommended by the commission, but the governor wants it, I guess. So, fine. So far, so good. But my question is, and I assume that the whole idea of prioritization is, for example, we skip ahead to page 4, if you've got a pot of money, say $20 million for design, and you've got 3 projects, right? I would assume you take them in priority order so that if design costs skyrocket and you've got 3 projects, but you can only have money for 2, that you do the first 2 and you don't fully fund the 3rd one, which all sounds great. Here's my question, long wind up. Here's the question. As between the School Facilities Commission priorities and the governor, who wins, right? So using as an example, at the bottom of page 4, lines 21 to 23, and then top of page 5, lines 1 through 7. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, if you wanted this to reflect a first come, first served, or a movement of funds across those, that would be a additional language or insertion. Right now, the priorities are only for purposes of tracking. So to be able to go back and identify where the request came in, what the amount was, the statutes on school facilities are a bit odd, I would say, in that they have to track everything, their expenditures, back to their original budget as proposed, not the original appropriation in some cases. So if they want to modify the project amount, they have to look at the original budget that the commission approved, as opposed to the appropriation that the Joint Appropriations Committee and the legislature approved. So those designations are primarily for tracking purposes. If you wanted them to be more meaningful in the distribution of funds, this is the first year the legislature has contemplated not providing specified dollar amounts for each project. So if you wanted some more direction on that, that would be an insertion.
Mr. Chairman, which leads to a second question that I think is related to aggregating amounts for various projects. On page 3, on line 9, lines 8 and 9, it says that these amounts shall not be construed to be an entitlement or guaranteed amount, which puzzles me, because if we appropriate X dollars, then we've appropriated X dollars. I wouldn't think that the state construction department could then say, sorry, we're just going to give you less because we want to. So how does that language, what's the practical effect of that language on page 3, lines 8 and 9?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, two items here. First of all, this comes from existing statute as well as the annual appropriation. And this also gets back to the introductory language on the state facilities, whereby the recipient cannot make a claim that, oh, costs have gone down, or this can be done for $11 million rather than 11.5. So we are entitled to the extra $500,000 upon project completion.
Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, following up on, if I may, following up on that, and the reason I think it's still prudent to leave it in here is we do have certain parts of this that specify amounts to certain districts. So for example, on page 4, line 17 for modular building leases, currently we believe those in pretty good chance are going to cost the $52,125 that is there. But if for some reason that came in at a lesser dollar value, the district would not be entitled to the full $52,000 and spend, comes in at 50, and so they don't get the extra $2,000 to go do something different. It's really for the real, it guarantees it's for the real cost. Like I said, pretty good high likelihood we know those numbers, but the just in case stays in this boilerplate thing.
Mr. Chairman, continuing on to subsection H. This just mentions that in addition to reporting requirements imposed under current statute, the department shall report monthly on the deployment of these funds appropriated to both, and under the schedule in subsection F, how that's coming along to both the Joint Appropriations Committee and the Select Committee on School Facilities. Mr. Chairman, with that ends the what I would call boilerplate language. Going into page 4, line 4 begins subsection J, which is the appropriations section. So paragraph 1 begins on line 8. This is for charter school leases in the amount of $2.27 million. This comes for 3 charter schools, 2 here in Laramie County School District number 1, and then 1 in Albany County School District number 1. I would note on this section, Mr. Chairman, on lines 12 through 15 of page 4, that this is language that was added at the direction of the drafter. All this says is that funds appropriated under this paragraph shall be distributed for charter school leases subject to the requirements under statute. And that statute is 21.3.110, subsection A, paragraph 10, for the school years that this is applicable. So that's just new language that I thought I should make you aware of. Line 17 through 19, subsection 2 is modular buildings and leases. This is $52,000, $52,125 for 3 modulars here in this school district, Laramie County School District number 1. Moving on to subsection 3, which begins on page 4, lines 21 through 23. This is for a total appropriation of $20.5 million. And this is for the design of school buildings. So this pot is for the design of 3 school buildings, which the priorities are shown on page 5, lines 5 through 7. This would be a high school in Campbell County School District number 1, an elementary school in Laramie County School District number 1, and then a priority of the governor that was added in his budget book for 27 for the Sweetwater High School in Sweetwater County School District number 1. Mr. Chairman, I would note that there is a difference in this. In the Select Committee on School Facilities bill that you heard in December that Chairman Brown presented, the Select Committee had asked that this, or had put in that bill that this funding for Sweetwater County School District number 1 not be appropriated now, but it not be effective until July 1 of 2025. This bill has it online and with the effective date of the act, which would be July 1 of 2024. Additionally, on line 6, there's a minor cleanup that we'll do to make elementary number 2 school to be elementary school number 2, just to be in line with the construction down on line 16. I just thought I should make you aware of that. There are no questions. I'll move on to subsection number 4, which begins on line 9. This is for the construction of school buildings. This is for the construction of 4 school buildings and facilities. Number 1 is a elementary school, another elementary school here in Laramie County School District number 1. A vocational ag and transportation facility in Nyberg County School District number 1. A K through 12 renovation in Goshen County School District number 1, and then an elementary school in Campbell County. Mr. Chairman, I would note that there's a couple of things to note here. First, some of the design funds for those that did not show in subsection 3 are the department has indicated will come out of the 95 million appropriated last in the 2023 general session by the legislature. And second, and I think this kind of goes to Representative Stith's earlier question, current statute allows for there to be a transfer of funds between the design and construction phases of 15% of total project costs. That has to come through a B11 process and be approved by the governor. But I think that that's partially gets to that question. Moving on to subsection 5 on the bottom of page 5 and moving into page 6 is for component level major maintenance projects. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to go through all the component level major maintenance projects. But what I will say is that there was 2 recommendations that were taken out of this in both the school facilities and the agency 27 budget book. That would be for a backflow preventer at the Rock Springs High School in Sweetwater County School District number 1. And then there was a priority that was appropriated in the 2022 session, I believe, for Converse County School District number 1 that was taken out because it was previously appropriated. So that total is 25.2 million for component level major maintenance projects. Subsection 6 begins on line 18 of page 6, and this is $2.1 million for the design of ancillary buildings. This is for 3 buildings, 3 transportation facilities, 1 in Crook County School District number 1, 1 in Lincoln County School District number 2, and then 1 in Platte County School District number 1. The construction of this is in subsection 7 on page 7, and that is for a total of 27.3 million. So that was broken out, which will show a little bit differently than the budget book. It's the same total amount. It's just broken out between design and construction that was reported to LSO by the State Construction Department. Subsection 8 on lines 15 through 23 of page 7 is for the demolition of a middle school in Platte County School District number 1 and an elementary school in Albany County School District number 1. This is for a total of $2.6 million. And I would point you to lines 18, the language at the end of line 18, moving up through the end of the subsection. That was also added at the request of the drafter of this section. And all this says is that disposition of or demolition of buildings or facilities shall be subject to approval by the School Facilities Commission, and it must be included in the school district, their long-range comprehensive facility plan to ensure that this disposition or demolition is in the best financial interests of the state. And again, this is language that is just another layer on top of existing statute that this has to be approved already. Moving on to the final page, page 8. Subsection 9 is for the acquisition of a portion of an elementary school located in Natrona County School District number 1 for $3.5 million. This language is a little different. The governor didn't contemplate where this should be, where once the school district pays the state back for this portion, where it should be, the proceeds should be deposited. The Select Committee on School Facilities put in their draft bill that it go into the school foundation program, the public school foundation program account, and this bill keeps that intact on lines 4 through 7 of page 8. Finally, for planning or most cost-effective remedy studies on subsection 10, there's $1 million, and recall that this will revert at the end of the biennium if it's not fully used. And recall that also in the 2023 general session, $5 million was appropriated for planning studies as well, in addition to the $95 million for project costs. And then finally, unanticipated costs are shown on page 8, lines 15 through 18, in the amount of $9.1 million. This unanticipated costs come on the planning, design, construction, demolition, component, and then the acquisition of a school building. So it does, the unanticipated costs are not calculated for the modular school built leases or charter school leases. And Mr. Chairman, I would note here that this amount is 6% of those project costs. So if anything was added, we would also have to add to that, if it was the desire of the bringer of the amendment, to add to the unanticipated costs on lines 15 through 18 at a number of 6%. And section 2 on line 20 shows that this act is effective July 1, 2024. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, questions? Any? With the drafter, Representative Walters, any comments? Okay. Any amendments to the draft?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I would take the committee to page 7, line 16. And I would like to see the demolition for a middle school in Platte County, not Platte Country. It's technical in nature, but I would move to change that to county.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Page 7, line 16, changing the word country to county.
I think that's a typo, so we really don't have to vote on that. Okay, anything, okay. Senator
Mr.
Grimm.
Chairman, thank you. I would like to make a motion on, you can follow along on page 5, line 11.
Page 5, line 11.
You'll see the number there, 69.6. I want to increase that to $91,374,013. So that's 91,374,013. And then so it makes sense on line 21 on the same page, add Teton 1, Teton County School District number 1, that's what that's for, and high school.
And define.
I'm sorry?
After high school, is it any
We just have
descriptive data?
just Teton County High School, Teton County School District number 1, high school.
Okay, is there a second? Move and second, discussion, can you explain?
And I just, there's another motion that goes along. Should I do that one now as well? I'm sorry. So let me just, I got a little bit more to go. I didn't know.
Okay, go ahead.
Then if you go to page 8, line 18.
Go ahead.
There you increase that number from 9,100,000 to $10,418,886. That's 10418,886. That's the motion. And if I get a second.
Second, go ahead.
Okay. This is for capacity in Teton County for our high school.
So Senator Pinsky, do you want to leave a vote on this? Okay.
If I can continue.
1 second, go ahead, Kev.
Mr. Chairman, does the motion for the increase include design, or is that just construction? Because if it doesn't include design, consider the design in the previous paragraph.
I think it's just construction, right? Yeah, just construction. Sorry, design.
Yeah, I think, yeah, design is good. Okay.
If I can continue. Okay. Sorry, if I can continue. A couple of years ago, this project started in Teton County. The folks in Teton County, who, as we all know, are taxed to a tune of 38% of the total property tax bill in the state. It's paid by Teton County. Folks in Teton County voted to tax themselves again with a specific purpose tax to build what we call the Bronc Achievement Center, which allowed to move out of the high school, all the sports, the gym, the weight rooms, the wrestling mats, all the sports facility into a building that the people of Teton County paid for out of their own pocket for their students. What they're asking for is to put this money into the construction account to allow what they've redesigned, the empty spaces now in the current high school, to repurpose them for lunchrooms, classroom space. We're currently in a building boom in Jackson of affordable housing. And those affordable housing units are going to bring families, working people who will be coming to work and their families, and that is going to create a capacity strain. The folks in Teton County wanting to get ahead of that, like I say, tax themselves to help facilitate this, and now are asking the state to come in and help do what the state construction does, and that's fund the school district to build the facilities for that increased capacity. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead.
Senator Drew, if you would help me on the last portion of your amendment, which was on page 7, where you increased the demolition costs.
Nope.
No, that was on page 8.
Sorry,
on page 8.
That was just 6%.
Unanticipated costs we raised.
Anticipated costs. Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry.
And we raised that to 10,418,886.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for
Mr.
that
Chairman.
clarification.
And so, Senator Drew, the dollars that you have, I take it that's all been, that's the number, and is it ready to go on a contract? What's the status?
I believe so, and it was the best latest numbers that I had.
Okay, further questions about it? We have a motion. Question on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Most opposed? Our motion carries. Any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Senator Sherwood.
Under section J, so I'm not exactly sure where. So I'm looking at page 4 right now. And it would probably go at the end of J. So most likely be inserted on page 8. But my amendment is for site work and acquisition of a modular in Albany County School District 1, $300,000 with any unspent funds reverting as subject to the provisions in this bill. And if we wanted to, that would add about $18,000 to the anticipated costs on page 8, 6%.
So is there a second? Move a second. Is there a reason to acquire it versus lease it? I'm just curious because we just funded, 3 leases in Laramie County.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. This is for a rural school, so I guess the district would have to negotiate somebody to move a modular out in northern Albany County and then enter into a lease. And I think that feels a little clunky, but.
That's going to happen no matter what.
Oh. Mr. Chairman, it's a question that I am not prepared to answer.
And what's the source of the funds?
Mr. Chairman, it would be SFP, like the rest of the projects in this section.
Okay. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
could you share with me that language again on, just share the language and then I've got a question if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For clarification, my motion is for site work and acquisition of a modular in Albany County School District number 1, $300,000 with any unspent funds reverting.
So, Mr. Chairman, my question is with that language, it's pretty prescriptive that they have to purchase, as the good chairman pointed out, and it has to be a modular. if I understand the situation is we need to provide adequate teaching space for a rural school. Could we broaden that language somehow to where we don't prescribe how that gets accomplished and allow flexibility to get it accomplished?
Mr. Chair, and Representative Larson, I am open to that. I think I would need some help with the language in terms of is for site work and the creation of teaching space clear? Is that intent clear?
And Mr. Chairman, if we could, Dawn, does that, is my point making sense? And is that language kind of cover what we're trying?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I'm just brainstorming here, but perhaps the replacement of the term modular to be more generic and say facility. It may be a constructed facility.
Exactly, exactly.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, is this to establish a rural school in Albany County for those 2 students?
Mr. Chairman, yes, this is to reconfigure what was an existing school. So it is to reestablish a school, the Buckle School in Northern Albany County.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go
is
ahead.
the language acquisition still in this motion, or is it just more generic to where they can lease or buy this facility? Provide, is that the new language? I guess the question.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to restate that. For site work and creation of a facility, is that, or to provide?
To provide.
For site work to provide a facility. Thank you for your assistance, team.
So is that language broad enough? I mean, if they have because I think there was some discussion about this informally, that they may have a building on their property that could be remodeled or accommodated. Just
Mr. Chairman, if I could expand maybe on that question, Dawn, is this language broad enough if there was an existing, as you noted, you could either construct, lease, or buy, however, whatever we needed to do, renovate, if there was an existing space that the owners had, that you could come in and create space there, or you could lease like the schools do, or you could buy. I think all of that would be open.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we will run this by the legal staff who write this. I had originally written down acquisition, construction, or lease of a facility. I think the terms that you have provided here, the term provide is even more encompassing than.
And you could add remodel.
What to provide would include that.
Okay, any further questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion passes. Okay, we're back to the draft. Section 313. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to include this in the main budget bill.
Moved and seconded, discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Okay, any further action?
No, not at this time. And unlike the prior bill, because you have now adopted the motion to include in the budget bill, this will be incorporated in your final vote on the budget.
Correct. Okay, it's 12:09. Any further things we need to do before our lunch break, Don? Okay, we'll return at 12:10 or at 1:10. Then recess till